Trinidad, Tobago, Grenada, that's the land of soca. America, Canada, Jamaica, tell them it's like sugar. Barbados and West Africa, tell them we want more soca. Giving more, they're rolling back. I'm gonna wind up. I'm not gonna cut no time. If any man wanna wind up on me, I behave now. My bumper slack. I'm gonna grind up. Can't you see how I grew up? That's why when I'm big shot, so I'm back up before. No, I'm straight up there. My name is Hush, I'm gonna belt in the west. I'm a single man, I'm a little girl, and I'm 16 again. So go and back me up. More blue song sister.
So we get you ready to roll out. We get you ready to move down the road. Hey. Here it is. Public workers, we're winning this year. We don't care what nobody said. Stop the road. Stop the road. Stop the road. Wind up on now, we're going down the road. Oh gosh. This morning. Pick up to the media on the inside. Pick up to the peace officers them on the inside. Public workers, what we say? We're shipping down nice and easy this morning. It's May Day 2024. We have something.
I just responsible with my partner. One who does bring all the liquor.
Call and big up yourself.
Say he giving me a cola. Plus 2 ladies, he say both of them. I love it. But if I plan to get them free,
I'm telling you nothing wrong with that.
I built a wine up and 2 ladies.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, if I built a run in the van, when I talk I show up my hands. Well, you don't know that is the
Pam, hold it with you.
Sandwich me and have me looking smart. Have no time to ask for numbers. No talking, no we doing this. to join with. Nothing wrong with that. You'll come enjoy your party. Nothing wrong with that. If you want to count off your waist, yes, while when this is the place, you can throw it all in my face in the first place, so lay me down here. So let me right here.
That's why get ready to move. Everybody line up, line up, line up, line up, line up. Line up, line up. All public workers line up behind the truck. We're doing it nice and decent for 2024. Come on, line up behind the truck. If you know somebody... Hold them away! Hold them away! Hold them black and white man! Hold them up! 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 Alright, so we will have a nice day today, and I want you all to enjoy it to the fullest, alright? Anybody have something to wear this morning? Stop wearing. Stop wearing. Let me go.
The fed was broken and she was tired. While I was broken, she high and fly. I told you to be bad, busy man. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Don't bad for me, don't bad. Don't bad for me, don't bad. Dancing with you, man, you only shouting on the sound. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't bad for me, don't bad. Don't bad for me, don't bad.
Alright, so let's have a nice time. We're gonna have a nice time today, alright?
So don't let no one stop it. Today is our day. Whenever we do it up, we bring the vibes, we bring the lights, we bring everything. Say something about it, so we're happy for the that's why we go there. Who does matter be found there? When we share something let them go. We represent yourself, share something about the past. Don't yourself,
one side of everything. Those in front.
Alright. So let's see if we do the trumpet. Play the trumpet, play the police back.
Let's get the police on the good space a little faster.
Play the police back. Play the trumpet, play the police back. Chuckman, you have to go down to one. Chuckman, go down one. Chuckman, go down one, Chuckman.
Sound system.
Do it for me, but when you
Hey!
want to be there, the food is not to be there. Nice to eat, we have a
What's the doing right now? Here we go. There we go now. Alright. Tell you the fly, you can be the man. Put them in the air and start to wave them now. So.
You come and visit me, man. That's just what I done with the money. Yes, man. You have my body, you have my good inspiration. You have the mother in your son.
What is it?
Yeah, come on, my savior. Sing the world, what the money is all alone. Yeah, come on, my for me, woman. Sing the world, what the money is all alone. ya too strong. Your love mix ya too strong. Say your mix ya too strong for me. Please do not mix ya too strong. Your love mix ya too strong. Say your mix ya too strong. I say, take it what you love. So I want the road. Nice and easy bunks, right? There we go. Ladies, let me hear you scream! Hold on, right about now, feeling to fall out. Somebody getting right when I'm feeling tired. Let it go, like it's so. Let it go, like it's so. So right about now, we just grooving, right? We're just grooving. When they create it, still bad. So kind music stuff like that. So kind music really good. Let it go, like it's so. Let it go, like it's so.
we say today is our day, alright? Today is our day. And the people approaching, they say they want water to drink. Look at it, make it junior money. How is that love? When you see we coming down the road, when you see we chipping, Whining in that jagaban, we say we don't give a damn. Knocking bottles full and pan. I come to enjoy this jam. We grew up from the altar. Some of us and some we looking good, we looking good. Some Caribbean, some Pacific. When you see we coming down the road, when you see we chipping down the road, you better clear the road. We say you better clear the road. When you see we coming down the road, when you see we chipping down the road, you better clear the road. We say you better clear the road. We drinking extra vino, so you better move your car.
We're not going yet, we have to organize first. But I want you to stay in front here. Stay here. If you have the banner, stay here. Thank you. Just to form some neat lines. I seen the banner up, we looking good. So we just gotta stay in the line. Alright? We just gotta stay in the line. So go back some more. Right? So we want people in all the different sections. We want people for the benefit section. Where the benefit section? We want people for that one. Benefit. We want people for that section. Take go in that section. Yeah. Go in the benefit section. So you come behind. Everybody behind a banner. Everybody behind a banner. Alright? Everybody behind a banner. I need. Now give somebody up. Yeah, so we going in section 1. So where's the first one? Where's the struggle? Where's the struggle banner? Struggle banner. Alright, you have to hold them high. Benefits banner. What I want is open it down. Leadership banner. We have to see some leaders. Lovely. We're looking good. We're looking real good. Where the other two banners? The next one. Who have banner? Hold up the banners. Yeah. Can't get up no in the middle of the match. Just go back and stuff. They were supposed to be here. Okay, you on the truck? Alright. Just hold the banners high, hold the banners proud, and stay in the line. Alright? The DJ gonna start though.
We're moving again. We're moving again this morning. We're shipping down into the town. Good morning, public workers. Good morning. Tell them. Celebrating me again. 2024.
All right, so please, everyone, please stay in the line, all right? We want 2 lines, all right? Stay in the line, all right? Yeah. Yeah, man. Everybody take a jump to the future. To the future. Everybody take a jump to the future. To the future.
There's a beast in the jungle. I run from the beast in the jungle. A voice on the tree where I stumble. This is no time to be humble. Get the beat on the beat. I don't tell the gal.
Is this on?
I'm gonna pull it now. Hey! Is this still at home? And if she call your phone, then she a gone. I can take it again. Is this still at home? Get up! If we go, already go. Let me see it. Stick to the DJ. Left. Stick to the DJ. Right. Right. Stick with the DJ. That's right. Keep it down. Keep it down. Let me feel. Let me feel. Left. Right. Right. Come to the. Keep with the DJ. Just keep with the DJ. We looking good. All right. Keep it down. I want to put the flags in the air right now and tell them one thing now. From the front to the back, I want you to tell them one thing for me now. Everybody right now. Hey! Hey! I want to see all of you happy to be alive right now. Put that flag in the air right now. You happy to be alive. Pull them up now. Where the rocks like this now? Turn up, say. You just have to take your time and go in. Hey.
What is it now? Since I was a baby, I must have done this. Oi! Bring me more than give me. It wasn't like this. Naturally she saw that I'd be a warrior. So she named me after a woman in power.
With your
I'm fighting my soldiers. I'm fighting in West. I'm fighting tribunals. I'm fighting with this. Tell them I am peoples.
We on the road with Tower.
My name is Gladius. Touch my music.
So now we go.
Tell them to leave me alone. Because there is so much that I can do. Any one of them will check me. Tell them I say it. I'm fighting with scholars, I'm fighting with priests, I'm fighting with teachers, I'm fighting with thieves. Tell them I am peoples, here in this country. My name is Gladius, just for you to see. Get you back. Tell them we don't get you back. Just like my favorite tree. Anytime I turn, I'm getting on it. I'm eating a lion inside of me.
Everybody. Nine. This morning.
Something precious more than gold.
Mayday, we on the road.
This morning,
Not a sound system tower. Hey,
money never.
there we go now.
I scream and shout. What's the matter? She asked me what it's all about. Something burning, burning, deep in my soul. And this feeling, I just can't control.
Don't think furniture, go on over, so we come up with
How I feel. With your love and your eyes, I shall, I see. And put an end to violence today. Help your falling brother by your way. And surely we will see a brighter day. Neighbor, 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 neighbor. Love thy neighbor. Neighbor, 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 neighbor. Love thy neighbor. It's a moving rain, oh neighbor.
Let me bounce on the beat again now. Hey. Let me bounce on. I tell you.
I thought she was much too young to party. I thought she was still too young to bet. Not until I see she gonna be grown. Then she said, when I tell you we come underestimating your ability, that's what she tell me. Oh baby, I've been to better life, honey. Don't think I can take it. Don't think I can make it. If you fail me, you got to get me right, honey. Don't think I can take it. Don't think I can make it. Let me, baby, let me know your mind, baby. Don't think I can take it. Don't think I can make it. She want to want, oh, she want to want, she want to want, oh.
Mixing it up, better come in. Let me go. What we doing?
members of Stavu to make 2 lines behind the truck, please, thank you. Now. Make 2 lines behind the truck, please, thank you. Make the 2 lines now. So all members should be behind the truck, please, thank you. We get ready for the Jersey point now. Oi! Let me test on the other bit. I want to put the hands in the air for me and I'll start to wave it right now. Go on. Hey, see that? Wave the rock now. Wave the rock now. Wave the rock now. And after today, I'm calling the boss in the mind and say, Mr. Man, Mr. Mania Man. So, boss, I'm not coming to work today. I can't see. With my eyes. I just can't see myself coming to work today. Thank you. In other words, I'm not doing what today. Don't tell me about work, I don't on the road today. Me and some pretty, I don't on the road today. Walk the rocks now. We gonna walk the rocks on them right now. Walk the rock now. Hey. Some
So we're reaching the judging point, right? So, as we're reaching the judging point, you know we have to play like a boss, you know. Make the judges and then see what we have, you know. So we go first.
The master. Sound the trumpet. Ready up again. Ready up again.
Get the rocks up ready now. So, sweat to the left, sweat to the right. So, the left, the right, the left, the right, the left, right, left, right. Swing the rocks up. So let me work the rocks up right at the judging point right now. Put on the rocks there. Put on the flags there. Put on the rocks there. So who we outside? Now we gonna run. Wave to the left. Wave to the right. Wave to the left. Wave to the right. Wave. Right. Left. Right. Wave the rocks there now. So, ready. Ready. I want to swing them around right now. Come on. So, let's go. Show the judges what you want the man. Well done, the man. We're using this rock. This is in the hand for a reason. So we're going to use it right now. So I want everybody to put it up right now. Just put it up. From the front to the back, put it up now. And I want to do rave there. Never the truth now. Where to the left, where to the right, where to the left, where to the right. Run down on the river. Hold on. I don't know if I could break the rule a little bit. They say 2 lights, but I want to do something a little different. Stand over the truth. Stand over the truth. Hold on. I want those in the center here. We're running go to the back and make us something and come back. Ready? 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 Hold on. One. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, go. Hold on. That wasn't everybody. I want everybody come from the front to the back and from the line again. You understand? If you can't run home, we're doing it again. You ready again? Let me go. Put the mother in the air. Put the mother in the air. Put the flag stand. 1, 2, 3, go. So I'm going to give the judges a little wave. Let me go now. Don't give them a little wave, please. And thank you for having us. We're going. Next one. There we go.
I want to say thank you to the whole tower team. That wasn't bad at
We got time with tower. There we go. Big and serious. I want to see everybody in town who happy to be alive right now. If you're happy to be alive right now, I want to put your hands in the air now. Please and thank you. If you thank God every morning for sending you to work safely and bring you back home, put your hands in the air for me, please, right now. You can't listen to me now. Listen to me now. You see right now.
I'm at a stage in my life. I don't want to walk. I just want to leave my soul. But you're not taking me to higher heights. I'm taking my life.
Yeah, I know also the vlog the PM, but move a bit at the front of the zone. I know also the vlog the PM, but move a bit at the front of the zone. Camera guy have a wire right there, one more fire and a break. Yeah, but I write it. No, I stay, I just stay right here and fly. Yeah. We do not live production for them. Alright. Yeah. Like a truck here, super jumpy, but you go on your side.
What in front of the truck and behind the truck? We back. We back in front and we back behind. Forward over. Backward never.
The fight for Jesus for workers' rights. This is May 24. You see the thing there? Teacher! You see the orange there? The judge is there right here. We don't give him a waiver. We don't give him a waiver. Yeah! Yeah! We see them! We see them! Let's take a waiver. They can't stop his duty. What? Listen today! So we live in the churches. So we live in the churches. We don't know where people go. This was judging point number 1. We're going again. We're going again. We're almost there. What? Yes. We will face the army. The Prime Minister of Grenada, Karen Gould, and Billy Martin. Let us take a picture. It's good to see you here with us today. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We outside. Run to the Yeah. The Grenada Teachers recognize the Grenada's contribution to nation building over the past 50 years. We appreciate our past leaders and contributions to education. Past president of the GUT who fought for the development of education.
For the Lord Bishop, who made education accessible to all. Dear Maricho and Sister Franca Monday, who encouraged all teachers to have their first degree. As we move forward with renewed vision and purpose, we aspire to achieve the following. An extension of the maternity leave for 6 months. Yeah! No NS penalties for retirement at 60 years. Yeah! New salary scale for teachers with a master's degree. Yeah! We will continue to struggle and fight to enhance workers' rights for security and equity. Long live the GAT! Whoa! Whoa! We'll continue to fight. You want a new salary scale? This is Friday 2024. And this is the Grenada Media Teachers. Look at them teachers marching from here. Come here. What?
They jam until morning. Ragamuffin take over everything. Brooklyn posse be gone. Trinity posse be gone. London posse be gone. Toronto posse be gone. No shy and do the butterfly. Welcome to this party. You and your crew. Passing already. What we go to? We got me on fire. Let me test the flu. I just want to jam out. I don't know what you the best of the world. Body lover. I come to party to free up my body. Come to party. Come to party. I know you're looking sexy. Come to party. Party with energy. Party so energetic. Party if you feeling happy. Party go party. Come to free my body. Come to party to wind up on a bouncy. You come to party. I know you're feeling sexy. Come to party.
All of we chipping on the road, we chipping on the hill. Give me a chip, I want a chip, chip. Up the hill. Let me go.
The way that was moving, I could not resist. I shot my lips away, and the blood increased.
Everybody, let me get the president style. We are ready to tell the president style. We're tapping go for the president now. Fire! Take away! Where? I come to free up my body. All you have is chips on the hill.
You come to party,
I know you're thinking. Whoa!
you come to party.
Celebration 2024.
I come to party, I come to free my body.
We come to party.
Wind up on the bouncy.
Check the deal.
To party,
I took the deal now. Check the deal.
to party. Everybody feel it. Party getting hotter. I would like to tell nobody else where I'm from. I come from the island. This place is so sweet, beautiful and unique.
You see where I come from. All of the faucet, you make a chop.
So when you vacation, I'm so glad to tell you. Home sweet, home sweet, home sweet. I'm so glad to tell you. Home sweet, home sweet, home sweet.
Special as a more escape route, man. Lord, put it down and find some other place, you know. You want to send me? Come on this side, my child. Go down and across. Come on this side, my child. Go down and across. That's you, dancer. What? That's too many over.
Yes, sir. Yes. We're going to show them. Yeah. What? He's expecting them to see it from. What is it? Oh. It's all in This is no problem. If you want me
If I'm driving, but it's not when you try and fail and try again, your bird will never fly. If you don't get up and take a time, pick yourself up and I'm with it. Pick yourself up, stop. I know, maybe it's just a word. So come on, don't be upset, when you try and fail and try again, never give up. I know you will make this safe again. I know.
This is what we say. Say we don't want no opposition, but you will all the way. We say that we need a chance to get back in power. Because if you only give us a chance, we go deal with them lawyer. Every time I know this is come up, we say what's up and you call me. Is it a answer for them? Doing the defending. So when I get back in power, them come up like to be dream. Because nobody in this country shouldn't have more money than him. Right? Because I'm the ruler. The Grenadian ruler. Yes, I'm coming to Grenada. I don't want no minister. If you want to help me, my brother, just go and sit in a corner. Like a finger into your master. But somebody go to get them. Lord, yes, I'm the ruler. The Grenadian ruler. I don't want no minister. If you want to help me, my brother, just go and sit in a corner. Like a finger into your master. But somebody go to get them. I realize when the bossman talks, it's like he just forget. Even when he makes a mistake, he doesn't want to accept. Not everyone is feeling in position, even though I lead. Sometimes it takes a young freedom to give your voice a review. Oh, just to want the body, just to come in to challenge me. But you think that I am a brother of you because you are the RFC. When the police take it is over, you go talk politically. But I ask the police to look for anything that they can carry. Why? Because I'm the ruler. The Grenadian ruler. Yes, I'm coming to Grenada. I don't want no minister. If you want to help me, my brother, just go and sit in a corner. Like a stick up into your master. Or somebody go to get better. Lord, oh yes, I'm the ruler. The Grenadian ruler. Yes, I'm the ruler. I don't want no minister. If you want to help me, my brother, just go and sit in a corner. Like a stick up into your master. Or somebody go to get better. My government, small is a restriction. If I got this at that thing, you must love to stay in your land. Every time you leave up a house, but if it is going on, if I'm this girl that they play, man, if you make it look like that, everything that is my it's a book what I'm doing around. You see when to practice, you got this and you take your son. I want to get it on to my son. I go punch him up when he cries. But the money that he takes, they want really and that's so big. Because I'm the ruler, the Grenadian ruler. I want no minister. If you want to help me, go and sit in a corner. Come into your master. Somebody go to get your master. Yes, I'm the ruler, the Grenadian ruler. If you want to help me, my brother, just go and sit in a corner. You like a slip up into your master. Hush your mouth before you get fed. My arrogance is obvious. A lot of people say so. You don't see a bad Papa Jerry from singing out what he knows. No opposition can test me. They have no time to speak on radio. Grenadian pick an opposition, but upon the manifesto. When I say to declare your assets, this is what I mean. I want to make sure it's my drug money alone that is coming in. Yes, with all my female ministers, I still going to have a ruler. Yes, a ruler, black and a vulgar. I don't want no minister help. If you want to help me, my brother, just go and sit in a corner. You like a slave talking to your master. Hush your mouth before you get belt. Lord, oh yes, I'm the ruler, the Grenadian ruler. Margaret Thatcher, that is my sister. I don't want no minister help. If you want to help me, my brother, just go and sit in a corner. You like a slave talking to your master. Hush your mouth before you get belt. Lord, oh yes, I'm the ruler, the Grenadian ruler. Idi Amin, that is my father. I don't want no minister help. If you want to help me, my brother, just go and sit in a corner. You like a slave talking to your master.
Rhythm up, ulelele, rhythm up, ulelele. We making a toast up over there. Pick up my friends and family. Can't forget all you over there. Put your glasses up to the sky. If you feel to cry, you could cry. Everybody have a tough time. Sometimes all it takes is one line. With couple real friends by your side. Man, the energy have to ride. Shed some weight, watch you take flight. Everything will be alright. Don't tell them I'm greater. I'm greater. I'm greater. Somebody tell them from a please. I'm greater. I'm greater. I'm greater. Don't stop, don't heal, go please, more speed. Remember enjoyment over stressing. I'm not joking, I'm not toting. Nothing I can control, I put it now that will lift your glass high. Put your glasses up to the sky. If you feel to cry, you could cry. Everybody have a tough time. Sometimes all it takes is one line. With couple real friends by your side. Man, the energy have to ride. Shed some weight, watch you take flight. Everything will be alright. Don't tell them I'm greater. I'm greater. I'm greater. Somebody tell them from a please, yeah. I'm greater. I'm greater. Greater. Free up yourself, ease all your stress. We come to fed, oh Lord, we come to fed. Like a ticking time, piece each and as its purpose. But for now, time to focus, take a dose, cause we don't know what's where you drink. Raise your glasses up to the sky. If you feel to cry, you could cry. Everybody have the tough time. Sometimes all it takes is one line. We come to real friends by your side. Man, the energy up to
One. Good day, comrades. Good day, colleagues. It's indeed a beautiful day. It's the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice. We'll be glad in it. This is the day for workers. This is celebrate. This is the day we come out and show solidarity with each other as we would have walked through another year, May 2023 to May 2024. So much things have happened over those times. And when we come together as brethren, as brothers, as sisters, as colleagues in the field for employment, it's indeed a privilege to be here. So once again, it gives me pleasure to be a chairperson for this May Day in Activity 2024. As the theme says, recognizing labor's contribution to nation building over the past 50 years as we move forward with renewed hope, vision, and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all get ready to call May Day's activity to order. Wonderful. So on behalf of the Grenada Trades Union Council, I want to welcome each and everyone present. And as such, we want to pay a special welcome to Honorable Claudia Joseph, Labor Minister, Mistress Sparkle Courtney Grenade, Labor Commissioner, and we have with us also in our presence Deputy Commissioner, Labor Commissioner, Mistress Connie McQuilkin. We are indeed blessed and happy to have also in our presence Director of the International Labor Organization, ILO delegation here with us, Dr. Joni Musa Bayana. Ambassador Yvette Martinez Leva, Cuban Ambassador to Grenada. Past executive members
of the Trades Union Council, judges who have taken the time out to judge this year's Labor Day March, all other invited guests, ministries, and all other trade union organizations. It's indeed a pleasure to have everyone here. Let us recognize the moment and let us put our hands together and give ourselves a lusty round of applause for making it all the way up to Font St. Patrick, the historical parish in Grenada. We are glad to be gracing these grounds and to be here. So we are happy. I'm not from St. Patrick, but I'm happy to be up here also. So ladies and gentlemen, we now get ready to begin this day's activities, and we always do so by asking the Lord's blessings in our midst to keep us, to direct us, to guide us, and to allow us to have and enjoy the day's activities. And so we have with us, to lead us in prayer, Reverend Nigel Lindsay to come and to lead us in prayer. Reverend Nigel Lindsay.
I bring prayers on behalf of the Conference of Churches. Let us pray. O Lord my God, how awesome and wonder that consider the world the hands you have made. I see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, the power throughout the universe displays. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful country of Grenada. We thank you for your amazing provision of fruits and vegetables. We thank you for the provision of people with integrity and vision. We thank you for the contribution the trade unions have made in the lives of workers over these 50 years since independence. As we move forward into the next 50 years, we pray for wisdom for our leaders. We ask that we can plan and do and achieve and honor you and all Grenadians. We acknowledge the changes that may be difficult for many, but as we move forward to renewed vision, we pray that all those who are paid to serve do their best, so that for future generations we can look back with respect and honor on those people. We ask this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And all God's people said, Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Lindsay. And let's keep standing as we get ready for our national anthem. And we're going to ask Brother Christopher Julian to come and lead us. Let's just stand and recognize the nation, that proud nation we serve, as we celebrate 50 years of independence.
Good afternoon, everyone. So shall we stand, and in this 50th year of our anniversary of independence, let's give an extra, a little oomph to our national anthem. So stand at attention. Let's begin. Join me, please. Hail, Grenada, land of ours, we pledge ourselves to thee. Heads, hearts, and hands in unity to reach our destiny. Ever conscious of God, being proud of our heritage, may we with faith and courage aspire, build, advance as one people, one family. God bless our nation.
Three cheers for our nation. Spicer, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. You may have your seats. sorry. We're going to do the union song, and Brother Julian would also lead us. So sorry about that. Hold the fort. Those of you who have programs, if you have your iPhone, your Samsung, I have an old piece, and you can find Hold the Fort. We are going to do that lustily, even as the blessings and showers come down. Brother Julian, once again.
So we need the rain. Our rivers are dried up, so let's thank God for the blessings of rain that our rivers are filled. But as members of the union, we have to hold the fort. Yes. Keep it strong. Yes. And keep it going, or else we will come to nothing. So, let's stand and sing with me, hold the fort, for we are coming. Union, be strong. Side by side, we marching onwards. Victory will come. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Right. We meet today in freedom's cause and raise our voices high. We'll join our hands in union strong to battle or to die. Hold the fort, for we are coming. Union men, be strong. Side by side, we battle onward. Victory will come. See your numbers still increasing. Hear the bugle blow. By your union we shall triumph over every foe. Hold the fort, for we are coming. Union men, be strong. Side by side we battle onward. Victory will come. Look, my comrades, see the Union banners raising high. Reinforcements now appearing. The foe men. Side by side we battle onward. Victory will come. Fierce and long the battle rages, but we will not fear. Help will come whenever needed. Share, my brothers, share. Let's hold the union men. Victory will come.
Yes, we continue. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Wow, we are here. We are in our numbers. We are alive and well. And we thank God that we can come celebrate workers' gains. All that we have gained, all that we have fought for over the years, we can celebrate and we can thank God. Just a couple of housekeeping matters. So it will be my left. So the washrooms are on this side. I think you can see me. This side. So if you need the washrooms, they're on this side, and there are some portable ones to my side, back. So there are washroom facilities available for everyone. So please note that. We also want to take time out at this time. We want to do that to do what we call our May Day Award. We want to do a May Day Award and award our workers, those who have contributed. So at this time I call on my brother, Secretary of the Grenada Trade Union Council, Brother Bud Patterson, to come and to do that. Just before he does that, I want us to stand once again and observe a minute of silence for all our departed comrades and colleagues and soldiers in the fight for workers' rights. Let's just stand for a minute of silence. May the soul rest in peace. You may have your seats.
Good day, workers, brothers, and sisters. I have two short things to do here. One of them would be to do as we normally do on May Day. We normally select a worker who has made sterling contribution to the unions and the labor movement and workers over the years. This year, we're very proud and happy to indicate that that worker is a worker for the Cement and Waterfront Workers Union. He has been with that union for more than 40 years. In addition, he has been on the executive of that union for 30 odd years. In addition to that, he has been on the executive of the TUC since 2008 and 4 or thereabout. That would give an indication of the contribution this worker has made, because all those positions take time, effort, and a lot of times executives get blows, so sacrifice. I really feel good to announce who this person is, in particular, because you see some of us from time to time out front. You might see Andre, you might see myself, you might see Brother Grimes, you might see some out front. But there are those behind who really do the work, who do the most of the work that you don't see. And we are joyous to announce this year that Brother Finbar Linton of the Cement and Waterfront Workers Union is the person we are giving the award to, and he worked really hard for it. So I'd like him to come up, and let me ask the Minister of Labor to just make that presentation to him.
Even before the minister gives him, let's put our hands together for Brother Finbar Linton. He deserves it, he deserves it, he deserves every bit of it. He has worked hard over the years.
Hi, afternoon, everybody. All I can say here is thank you for recognizing me, and I hope the labor movement will get stronger. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is a little more solemn item. Most of you would know that recently there was a devastating fire not far from here at Shanty Mill. And as usual, concerned citizens, and let me say we in labor are probably the most concerned citizens, because we take care of everybody. Because everybody, we are all workers. And in that light, we have our affiliates, some of our affiliates have put together a small token to these persons to assist them in getting back on foot. The amount of that token is $18,000 so far. And we would not make the presentation today, because what we would do is to get to them, get what their biggest needs are, and it would be dependent on them and the different families involved, and we would make use of that contribution from some of our unions to make their lives a little bit closer to what it was before. So I just want to make that announcement, and I would suggest that persons who we don't have any ongoing thing, we've just dealt with our affiliates, but anyone who feels they need to do so can make contributions to the TUC on behalf of those workers or to the different sectors that are collecting monies for these workers, because there is dire need. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your May Day.
As workers, we want safe working space. I want to take that opportunity to encourage all our colleagues to ensure that they make their living space as safe as possible. Natural disasters happen, but we try to mitigate as best as we can to make our living space as safe as possible. So, coming from the Grenada Trades Union Council as chair for the moment, I want to encourage all to ensure that you take whatever steps, whatever measures are necessary to keep your homes and your place safe. And please don't light fire this time around. We see how hot it has been over the last couple of years. So I think that is in order even on May Day as we celebrate. At this time, we're going to have some remarks from the International Labour Organization, and we would call on the representative of the International Labour Organization to come and to give some brief remarks. We're going to call, I hope I get the name right, Dr. Joni Musa Bayana, Director, ILO Delegation. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Joni Musa Bayana.
Good afternoon. I'm not getting a response. Good afternoon. Thank you. I come here to give you fraternal greetings from the International Labour Organization. I'm hopeful that many of you are aware who the International Labour Organization is. But before I give my remarks, allow me to acknowledge the leadership of the trade union movement in your plurality. TUC and your affiliates, your presidents, your national office bearers, your general secretaries, I salute you. Let me also pay tribute to the Honorable Minister of Labor who is here with us, Ms. Claudette Joseph, and the Labor Commissioner and the Deputy Labor Commissioner for showing the respect that the government has for the union movement. I salute you, Honorable Minister. I also pay tribute to the Honorable Ambassador to Cuba, who is here with us today. I really have only three things to say. The first is that the ILO lays the foundation for the institutional framework for the respect for worker rights. Grenada is a proud member of the International Labour Organization. She has ratified 34 conventions. We look forward as the ILO to work with you in ensuring that Grenada meets her obligations in respecting worker rights and respecting this through the necessary legal framework and meeting her obligations to the International Labour Organization. The second point I want to make is that the biggest frontier to respect worker rights is through labor law. And here, I have an observation to make. The law, particularly the project of 2015-16, the amendment of the Employment Act and the Labor Relations Act, 10 years later, they've still not yet been adopted. I urge you, comrades, to work with the government, to work with the employers, to ensure that the legal framework that guarantees your rights, which is the labor law, is up to date and fit for purpose. This is a challenge that I hope next year, when we meet here, you'll be able to say you have made progress in. Allow me, as I conclude, to also observe that as the world of work is changing, it places specific challenges on the union movement. And in Grenada, the issue of temporary work in my visit here is what seizes me the most. That workers can work 10, 20 years without accruing the necessary benefits so that they can look forward to retirement. This is a struggle, comrades, that you need to face head on. The issue of pension reform, the issue of ensuring that all workers can and must be sufficiently protected in terms of safety and health, occupational safety and health, but much more so their social security benefits is most urgent. We as the ILO look forward to working with you in making sure that all workers, whether in the private sector, in the public sector, in the informal economy, are sufficiently protected and they can all look forward to retirement with dignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joni Musabayana, Director of the ILO, for gracing us with your presence and your stirring short address. It is deep, it is profound. I know a minister have heard and every worker have heard, and so we are glad for you to be here and to enjoy the celebration of May Day, Workers' Day, with us. At this time, I want to recognize the fact that we have been able to solicit solidarity messages from the Caribbean Congress of Labor, South America, Trade Union for Energy and Democracy, as organizations who have sent solidarity messages. Also, the School of Labor and Urban Studies, among many other organizations who have joined with us in celebrating Workers' Day. We thank them for sending solidarity messages. But of course, we cannot read all of them. We cannot read them, but we want to let you know that we are not alone. We have a whole army out there who are supporting workers in the fight to better their situation. At this time, we're moving very quickly. As we say, we're not sticking. We want to call on our affiliate presidents to come and to bring short messages from their unions. So at this time, we're going to start with the Public Workers Union to come and to bring message to its members and to the trade union movement as a whole. Let's welcome Brother Grimes as he comes, President of the Grenada Public Workers Union.
It's time for celebration. Mighty workers of Grenada, let me hear you. Mighty workers of Grenada. Mighty workers of Grenada. All right, let me get into it. Minister of Labor, Honorable Claudia Joseph. Minister of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, Honorable Andy Williams. Minister of Education, Honorable David Andrew. Other ministers of government, members of His Majesty's opposition, President of the Grenada Trade Union Council, Senator Andre Lewis, Labor Commissioner Mrs. Sparkle Grenade Courtney, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Cuban delegation, representatives of the ILO, fellow trade union leaders, my beloved workers, everybody, all. Tamsi, where there? Postal Corporation, where there? Grand Bacolet, I hear you. Customs, General Hospital, Maribo. All right, Maribo have a big representation. A great man by the name of Bob Marley said, in this great future, you can't forget your past. So with that philosophy, we have adopted a theme for this year. For this year's May Day, recognizing labor's contribution to nation building over the past 50 years as we move forward with renewed vision and purpose. 2024 is a year filled with the spirit of celebration, as we as a country are currently in the midst of a year-long celebration of our 50th anniversary of independence. Therefore, as a people, we are in a mood of gratefulness and glee as we march towards further advancing our civilization. My presentation will include the good, the bad, and the not so pretty. I am currently standing on a platform of truth. So therefore, all aspects will be highlighted. Y'all hear me? All right, good. The year 2023 was good to the Grenada Public Workers Union, and by and large, our members. Our union is grateful for our efforts in once again securing increases for the current negotiating period and also signing to fringe benefits. The last time we had signed fringe benefits prior to June 2023 was 2006. That is a long time now. We are also happy to report that we have ensured through our negotiations that all members of our bargaining unit received increases, including contract and unestablished workers. Give us a round of applause for that. This was a marvelous achievement both for our union and the administration, as it represented a move towards greater equity in the public service. The past few months have borne fruit in that new members of our bargaining units, state-owned enterprises like the Grenada Postal Corporation and the Grand Bacolet Juvenile Rehabilitation and Treatment Center have received salary increases for the first time in 7 years. This reality is a reflection of the importance of trade union representation. The Grenada Public Workers Union, after strong advocacy, is also pleased to see the implementation of the new minimum wage order, which will guarantee the improvement in earning power of many working class Grenadians. Hats off to the NDC administration on this initiative. Yes? We're giving them some love for that. However, even with this commendation, we are concerned about the lack of application to many daycare workers who have not seen the salary change. So some work have to be done in social development. We are also concerned about workers at the Maribo Agricultural Station who were just placed on the very minimum of the 1,200 with the 4% increase being denied to them. They just give them the bare 1,200 and then give them the 4%. To the Minister of Labor, Honorable Claudette Joseph, we view this as discriminatory and regressive. This is poor treatment of a group of workers who are essential to feeding the nation. Please correct this injustice. Government ought not to break its own laws. I am sure my comrades from the ILO would agree with me. Yes? The GPW must take the opportunity to speak for our brothers and sisters at the Customs Department. They are public officers tasked with immense duties of tax collection and border protection. Despite these critical national functions, successive governments have ignored this great fraternity who have been left with no promotions for over a decade, and also in strategic places have been left to work in less than desirable occupational safety and health conditions. We call on the government of Grenada to pay greater attention to the plight of custom officers. In the area of healthcare, all you want to hear about healthcare? The union has immeasurable concern on the continued deterioration of an all-important public good. We will soon be reaching out to the new Minister of Health, Honorable Philip Telesford, for a meeting to chart the way forward. We are optimistic that our fortunes will change and he will break from tradition and honor the union's request for social dialogue. Comrade Lewis, I hope that happens, yes? Staying on the issue of the health sector, it has been reported that the NDC administration is contemplating statutorizing or privatizing the health sector. The union wants to place on record its firm and complete disapproval of this policy position. Healthcare is a public good. Healthcare is a public good. In addition, the government of Grenada has, through words before its official installation and during its period of governance, expressed a firm commitment to improve healthcare. The relinquishing of responsibility to a private firm will be a bitter betrayal of healthcare workers and the citizens of Grenada who desire affordable healthcare. We urge the government of Grenada to rethink its strategy. On the matter of regularization, the GPW registers its complete disappointment with the poor implementation rate of regularization of its membership. We were told that 300 of our members will be regularized by December of 2023. We are in May of 2024 and have barely seen a fraction of the proposed figure. Healthcare workers, have you been regularized? Custom officers, have you been regularized? Ministry workers, have you been regularized? Minister, you're hearing. The union calls on Honorable Andy Williams, the Minister of Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation, to intervene and accelerate the implementation of regularization for the improvement in the morale of the public service. The minister has not looked up yet, but I know he's listening. Pension reform. I will not be long. It is reported that there is intention to implement pension reform in June of 2024. Olio, that is next month. Olio, that is next month. Let it be known that the implications of a contributory pension scheme on lowly paid contract on unestablished workers is not an attractive prospect for a union, especially with the anemic implementation of regularization for our members. So you ain't regularizing we members. You want to go and make them pay 3% of their salary. They're making less than $1,500. That making sense? We cannot agree to this in the current construct. In relation to occupational safety and health, we do commend the government of Grenada on its efforts thus far. We have seen the complete refurbishment of the air-conditioned system at the ministerial complex, the relocation of workers at the financial complex, and the removal of carpets at the ministerial complex. Well done. However, there is a lot more to be done. The Registrar General Department, otherwise known as Butts and Deaths, has a severe mold infestation problem. We kindly ask the Minister of Health, Honorable Philip Telesford, to quickly address this matter in the interest of the safety of our members. In the interest of time, because the MC has already circled me, I will quickly point out a few grievances we have with employers outside of central government that need to be addressed. One, TAMCC. Honorable David Andrew, please note, I'm looking at the minister, that our much talked about draft collective bargaining agreement has been submitted to the relevant authorities since the 15th of January. The 15th of January. And we have yet to establish a date for the start of negotiations despite several attempts. I'm putting it on record. So it's not PW's fault. All right? Number two, GIDC. This organization has embarked on a mission to bust our union by not remitting agency fees to our organization. They're stealing our dues. A clear violation of Section 43.3 in the Labor Code of Grenada. This law is a product of the Grenada Revolution. Any act of union busting is an act of anti-Grenadianism. The matter is currently before the Ministry of Labor, yet to be conciliated. Madam Labor Commissioner. Number three, and we're moving along fast, are coming close to the end. GNTA. This institution, and that's for Minister Andrew to take note of. This institution seems to be headed in a direction through its board and management to bully workers into repeated fixed-term contracts besides or despite those workers having extended stellar, not just extended years, extended stellar years of service to the institution. They want to bully them into 1- and 2-year contracts again. The union will fight against this. Hopefully things work out. The last employer, NIS, a disclaimer here. We don't represent workers there, but we would like to issue a challenge to NIS. NIS, you have increased our retirement age. NIS, you continue to increase our mandatory remittances up until 2031 is going up. we now challenge you to give something back to the people of Grenada by extending maternity leave from 3 months to 6 months. Workers, what you say? Give us something back, man. You're only taking from us. As I close, in the words of a Grenadian I saw on local news, a Rasta man, and I quote, "We're not fighting against government. We are fighting for betterment." We're not fighting against government. We're fighting for betterment. I pray that you have a safe May Day celebration, my workers. Long live the trade union movement. Long live the hard-working people of Grenada. Forever. Thank you. I love you all.
Let's put our hands together for the President of the Public Workers Union, Brother Brian Grimes, for storing May Day remarks. Well done, my brother. We call now on the other presidents to come, and we want to ensure that we leave here on time. So we have asked them to hopefully keep their remarks to about 6 minutes, which is what they agreed on, so that we'll be able to go and enjoy ourselves, whether it's in the, wherever it is that we're having our party and our drink, we'll be able to have enough time to go there and do that. So at this time, I call now on President of the Commercial and Industrial Workers Union to come and to bring brief remarks. And that is not the president, sorry, but the Labor Relations Officer, Brother Urban Mason. Labor Relations Officer, Brother Mason will come and deliver remarks on behalf of CIW. This will be followed by the Technical and Allied Workers Union, Seamen and Waterfront Workers Union, Grenada Union of Teachers, and bringing up the rear, last but not least, Bank and General Workers Union, and we hope they can all concise to 6 minutes in the address.
Thank you very much, Comrade Adams. Some 2 years ago, I said my speech as president was the last one. So I was taken aback when I was introduced as president. And I'm here as an industrial relations officer. So get that clear. Good afternoon, sisters and brothers. Is everybody all right? Everybody good? Right. Comrades all, I bring you fraternal greetings from the executive, staff, and members of the Commercial and Industrial Workers Union as we celebrate International Workers' Day and as we commemorate the hundreds of lives that have transitioned after giving human service for the upliftment of humanity to create not just a society, but a just society. We salute our comrades from Diplomatic Corps who are with us here today. Special greetings to the Ambassador of Cuba. We salute you. We once again call for the Caribbean to be a zone of peace and for rapprochement between Venezuela and Guyana. We denounce the barbaric, brutal, ignoble, criminal, and unjust embargo on Cuba by the United States of America and call for its removal. End the blockade. No to the U.S. embargo against Cuba. We salute the heroic people of Cuba who, despite the embargo, continue to welcome students to their second to non-universities. La lucha continua. Venceremos. Thank you. Gracias. Muchas gracias, Cuban comrades. The labor movement of the Caribbean, including Grenada, have had a colorful history, and its impact on our societies have had seismic proportion, and in some cases shifted the tectonic plates in industrial relations. From 1913, when the GUT was formed to galvanize the issues of workers of the empire, to the powers that be, to the formation of GMMIW, GTAU, CIW, SWU, the fighting has continued for the agro-proletariat, the technical, the commercial, the stevedores, and the allied workers as organized labor. Through the years, collective agreements were negotiated and signed, especially after the industrial unrest from Guyana to Jamaica in the 1930s and 1940s, which necessitated an inquiry whereby the Moon Commission was commissioned to seek answers and provide solutions. This resulted in the recommendation from the Commission that ministers of labor must be established to address the issues of workers. Collective labor agreements ensured a programmatic platform of understanding regarding masters and servants, but thanks to the labor union, that was changed to a programmatic platform of understanding between the union representing workers and the management of the company, the corporation, etc., which represented the company. CIWU, listen to me now. I'm coming home now. Listen, stop talking. CIWU was the signatory of numerous collective agreements since its formation and registration in 1956. One of such agreements is the collective labor agreement with Jonas Brown and Hubbard's Grenada Limited. In the 1970s, two British gentlemen, where they from? England. Two British gentlemen named Mr. Jonas Brown and Mr. Hubbard opened a business on the Caribbean. It was an associate of a group of companies the two men established in the Caribbean. Thus the name Jonas Brown and Hubbard Grenada Limited. In negotiation with the union, two important benefits were hammered out and signed. One was a cost of living allowance, or a COLA, C-O-L-A. It was back then called a social wage. It was called a social wage, or a benefit given because of teamwork. It was an incentive to perform. And in addition to that, there was profit share. There was the COLA and there was the profit share. And those two Englishmen decided that they're going to assist local black Grenadians to enjoy the wealth that the Grenadians created. So we came up with a profit sharing formula where the workers benefited and the company benefited. The shareholders benefited. Those two persons then were Mr. Brown and Mr. Hubbard. The British gentlemen and the union agreed that for the cost of living allowance, whenever the cost of living or the consumer price index went up by 5% in any quarter of the calendar year, which is January to December, the workers whose salary was between 500 and under, if the increase in goods went up by 5%. Workers got 4.5% increase. Those whose salaries were over $500 to $1,000 got 3.5% increase. And those over 1,000 got 2%. This was applicable every 3 months. In 1991, 1992, that was traded because VAT was introduced by the government. And because some of the goods in the food basket that was agreed upon between the company and the union, because some of the goods were now zero rated, the prices didn't go up. So workers were not getting the increases as they would have gotten. So the workers, not seeing beyond their noses, signed off the cost of living allowance because the company promised them that wherever the union had offered or had asked for any percentage, the company said they were going to double it. But only if the workers sign off on the cost of living allowance will they double it. So the workers signed off on the cost of living allowance. And since then, it was a struggle to get even 3% on the wage bill from the company, Jonas Brown and Hubbards. Today, as I stand here, January 1st, in the year of our Lord, 2024, we are again in negotiation with Jonas Brown and Hubbards, and we are in deadlock. Deadlock means union not moving, company not moving. So the matter was taken to the Ministry of Labor for conciliation and mediation. Because the company said, listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. The company said they did a survey of the market. They looked at 9 different companies and corporations and how they were paying their workers. And they found that the salaries of some of the workers was under the market. But instead of bringing the salaries up to the market, they want to remove the formula for the profit sharing. So that the company, the shareholders, who are the major shareholders, are from a place called Little England. You know where Little England is? Little England is not too far from here. God bless you. Hey, how you doing? That's how they speak. These people from Little England came down, buy the majority shares in the company, and when they bought the majority shares, they didn't know there was an agreement between the union and the workers. And the union agreement was so generous. So from day one, they wanted to get rid of the profit sharing. But the workers, Jonas Brown and Hubbards workers, are you in the house? Jonas Brown and workers, are you here? Thank God for these workers. These workers, brilliant strategists, brilliant analysts. They wrote to the company, informing the company, don't touch with pension. Pay us what the market say. So they wrote the company, sisters and brothers, the major shareholders in 1920, during the COVID-19, declared in their online blog that they lost over $25 million in sales because they have over 100 companies in 27 countries. But the workers in Hubbards in 2020 were able to get 3.2%, 3.2 months on profit sharing. So while the major shareholder lost money, Hubbards was able to pay workers 3.2 months in profit sharing. So those fellas realized that Hubbards is a good breast. It's a good breast to suck. So they want to suck the tete of Jonas Brown and Hubbards. They want to suck the tete. They want to suck the breast because that breast sweet. That breast walk in. That breast is stimulating. Sisters and brothers, They want to come, but I want to send a note. I want to send a note. They know that the PM is a corporate liar. They know that the PM is a corporate liar. So they think that the time now is their time. So they will come and want him to change things. But joke they're making. Joke they're making. If any change is brought to that social wage, there will be hundreds of companies running to the ministry to change what they have in the agreement. Minister, government, don't go down that road. Don't go down that road. There's a can of worms. Those guys are waiting, and everybody have their antenna up to see how this one will work out. I'm saying, as a note of caution, this thing has serious political implications. It has serious political implications because in 2010, 2011, it was my party, the NDC, that was in power. When the brewery took us, Labour, to the wire. They took us to the wire. And now my party come back again. And they come back again. And they want to fight. I said, down with these people who want to suck the marrow from our workers. Down with these people whose intention is to fill their pocket and leave workers hanging high and dry. Down with these people whose interest is only in getting more for themselves. Long live the workers of Johannesburg and Hubbard. Long live the Grenadian workers. Long live the Grenada Trade Union Council. For whatever. For whatever. God bless you all.
Hubbard's workers in the house. Hubbard's workers in the house. We all in this together. Thank you, Brother George Mason, for bringing to the public what Hubbard's workers are facing. And as a labor force, we are together in this struggle. And so thank you once again. We look forward to winning this struggle and making the lot of Grenadian workers not worse off, but better off. So we now call on our next president to come and to bring remarks. And that president would be from the Sister Shirley, the first vice president of the Technical and Allied Workers Union, Sister Shirley Hubbard. Let's put our hands together for our sister as she comes to the podium. Just one note before Sister Hubbard does her remarks. P531, you are blocking the free flow of traffic. Please remove your vehicle. The number is P531.
Yes? Thanks. Good afternoon, workers. I rise on protocol already established. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Greetings from Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union. We bring you, the workers and working class of Grenada, warm and fraternal greetings. To Cuban friends, we say, siempre estamos contigo en tus luchas, meaning we will always be with you in your struggles. The theme for May Day 2024 reminds us as working people, the creators of wealth, to reflect on our contribution to the building of our nation, Grenada, and to say to us that we are committed to and unwavering in our commitment to continue the task of nation building. Amidst our hard and dedicated work or sacrifices, it is necessary to be reminded of the struggles we face to build this nation and a better life for the working people. Let us do some reflection. During the period of colonialism, labor worked under harsh and inhumane conditions. Working conditions for some workers were synonymous with that of slavery. Long hours, exposed to the elements of the weather, starvation wages, low level of education, poor housing, yet under those adverse conditions, workers produced. Can you remember when our women folk could not continue their employment if they were unmarried, got pregnant and had a baby? Can you remember when the employers were adamant that workers employed by them had no right to be unionized, even if the Grenada Constitution gives workers that right? Even today, these unscrupulous employers exist, and yet we are producing. Do you remember the period in our history when the labor powers of workers were recognized, when we were respected for our wealth creation, and consequently, we were able to be members of a trade union without a struggle? We received bonuses, profit sharing. Our females did not have to worry about job security after the birth of a child, and they enjoyed maternity leave with pay. Our young workers from economically poor families were able to realize their dream of a higher education. That period saw the beginning of workers sitting at the decision table, and we are now in the boardroom. Yes, workers, as we build this nation, the life of the workers was possessed with mixed realities. And oh yes, we continue to build. Do you remember when politicians made decisions that put this nation in precarious economic and social conditions? We were called on to make sacrifices, give up salary increases and fringe benefits, while at the same time, prices keep climbing. And we keep working to build this nation. Do you remember when workers marched the streets demanding our right to pension? Do you remember the march for dock pay? Workers' demands were met with unfavorable responses, yet we keep working, producing every day to build this nation. The leaders of labor showed gusto and commitment in the fight to ensure workers did not retire into poverty. The struggle saw workers advocating for a change in administration. Workers said enough is enough and decided there need to be a change in leadership. And oh yes, from nowhere appeared an alternative. Some workers began to express hope and some fear. Fear because the alternative history was rooted in the defense of capital. Some workers saw the end of all problems, others the beginning. Contract workers say, yes, we can now breathe easy. Contract work done. We pension assured. Suddenly the tune changed. The promise became too costly, and we still continue to produce and build this nation. Here we are today, a day of great significance, a day that marked the beginning of a decrease in the hours of work and an increase in the workers' leisure time, a day that gave birth to the many benefits that we wrestled from the capital. Today, in this land that continues to be built on our labor power, where at a moment in history, labor was recognized and rewarded, today there are moves to take from us that which we fought for and won. Can you believe there are employers who are paying workers below the minimum wage? There are employers who refuse to pay the current rate for overtime work. Workers are working in hazardous conditions. Employers are using all types of tricks to deny workers profit sharing and bonuses. This move is led by foreign investors who are of the view that the benefits to workers are a hindrance to the maximization of profit. TAU brings to your attention the act of the Minister of Labor, who refused to recommend a 5% increase for lowly paid government workers, even though the government negotiating team admitted that they can pay more than the 4% for 2024. This is so despite the fact that the same government ministers took a sizable increase within 3 months of being in office, and then a further big pay package when parliamentarians' pay was increased. Brothers and sisters, we have a new phenomenon today. The government is now deciding who should and should not represent workers on the board of statutory bodies. Who workers elect to represent them is of no importance once the government does not find favor. Brothers and sisters, SGU, with the tacit support of a big law firm, continues to deny the locked out workers their just due. SGU say the workers are still their employees and are denied pay for their years of service. The same law firm is representing the owners of Spice Inn, who are also denying past workers their severance pay. Ask the contract workers of Gravel and Concrete statutory body overseen by the Ministry of Works why they are not being made permanent in keeping with the collective labor agreement after so many promises. Brothers and sisters, prepare. Breaking news. TAU will act in due course. TAU calls on NAWASA to respect Article 24D and pay the increases to the retired workers. These workers have given all their life, their working life to NAWASA, and now in the twilight of their life, the company continues to deny them a decent standard of living. TAU calls on the government of Grenada to assist the former LIAT workers by paying them their severance pay, similar to what other countries have done. These LIAT workers made sacrifices during their years of service to LIAT and Grenada, and it is manifestly unfair for them to be sent home without receiving the severance payment. The government can find monies to do all sorts of spending, but refuses to look after Grenadian former LIAT workers. Contract workers at Food and Nutrition, stand firm. TAU is coming your way soon. Vector control workers in Carriacou and Grenada, TAU will not rest until the application of your annual vacation reflects what is in the collective labor agreement. Workers of Top Hill Home for the Aged in Carriacou, we know you are frustrated with the many attempts to sign your collective agreement. TAU calls on the board for the home to do what is right and have the agreement signed. TAU calls on Cable and Wireless to immediately resume engagement so that the negotiations can be finalized. TAU calls on Cable and Wireless to treat the former Columbus Communications workers fairly and reward them for similar work to what the Heritage Cable and Wireless perform. Today we salute the heroic people of Palestine. TAU calls for an unconditional permanent ceasefire and condemn the genocide committed by Israel with the support of its Western allies. We call for an end to the violence in Sudan and Yemen. TAU is very much concerned about the ravaging wars that are taking place in many parts of the world, which in all instances seriously impact and kill ordinary working class people. The sight of women, children, infants being helplessly slaughtered must be strongly condemned. We demand an end to all the wars and look forward to living in a world of peace. We salute and extend our solidarity to the people of Haiti and call for a restoration of normalcy. We salute the brave and courageous people of Cuba who, despite decades of a brutal economic blockade, continues to be a beacon of industriousness and solidarity. TAU salutes the people and government of Venezuela for your support Tao salutes the people and government of the People's Republic of China for your continuous assistance. Long live the struggles of the Grenadian working class. Long live the Grenada labor movement. Forward ever, backward never. Thank you.
Thank you to the first Vice President of the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, Sister Shirley Hubbard, for such a tremendous address that she has given to us and highlighting so many things that as workers we need to pay attention to. At this time, we call on the President of the Cement and Waterfront Workers Union, President Brother Cephas Chase, to come and to bring remarks. Let's put our hands together for Brother Chase. Just bring it up. Oh, okay.
Pleasant good evening. Seamen bring you greetings. And I'm happy with the turnout. Massive. With the protocol already established, we will get straight to the meat of the matter. However, I would like to give a special welcome to our Cuban brothers and sisters. We are happy to have you among us. The team, recognizing labor's contribution to nation building over the past 50 years as we move forward with renewed vision and purpose. Comrades, as we reminisce over the past 50 years, we can safely say the trade union movement has played a critical role in shaping the social and economic policies of this country, and improving labor conditions and advancing and defending the rights of workers. Brothers and sisters, over the last 50 years, the movement has been instrumental in negotiating fair wages and benefits on the behalf of workers. Although in recent times, in certain quarters, certain elements find it necessary to condemn the salaries of certain workers. These elements, with their wicked and heartless attitude, has no respect, no love in their heart for poor people and their children. They don't care. While they rest in their beds comfortably, these men are working. While they lay in peace and sleep and dream away, these men are risking their lives. While they turn and find comfort for a better position on their bed, these men are working what we call graveyard hours. Comrades, over the last 50 years, our brothers have come and gone before us, laid the foundation for us. Over the last 50 years, unions have fought to protect workers from arbitrary dismissal and unfair treatment. The trade union movement has demanded job security, in so doing stabilizing employment and provide some sense of security and well-being for these workers. Brothers and sisters, the legalization of the trade union in 1933, allowing workers to organize and collectively voice their concern. Of the Special Security Unit, people who are trained in the art of war and policing of a population to be trained to operate equipment and heavy machinery. So in the event of an industrial relation, of an industrial impasse, these men can be rapidly deployed against the workers. But let me warn you, remember our history. We are certainly not alone, and there is strength in numbers. Because we are of the planters class, because we are not of the planters class, because we are poor and vulnerable, the perception, the belief is that we are expendable. Because we are of the plantation class, our salaries should be meager, stunt. We should be beggy. But we are professionals in what we do, comrades. We are professionals in what we do. Instead, talk about the corporate collapse. The corporate collapse on January 30th, 2009 of Clico. Talk about that. The largest conglomerate in the Caribbean. The worst financial shock experienced in the region to date. Talk about that. You build your schools and your universities, graduating thieves and murderers. But we are who we are, and that's the way it's going to be. I borrow a few words from Nesta. Social welfare programs, including healthcare, pensions, and disability benefits. The trade union movement has championed that. By advancing for these services, the movement has improved the overall well-being of workers and their families. And that is a fact. Over the last 50 years, comrades, the trade union movement has been continuously facilitating training programs, workshops, educational incentives to enhance workers' skills and knowledge. These efforts contribute to the more skilled and competitive workers. For the last 50 years, the movement has helped to foster solidarity among workers, encouraging workers to stand together in times of need. Solidarity has been a powerful force for positive change. The union has provided a platform for workers to voice their concerns directly to employers and the nation at large. As we continue to celebrate, we as TVDOs, our hallmark trade, we ask you to put safety first. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Chase. Powerful words and a powerful end. Safety first. President of the Grenada Union of Teachers will now grace us with his presence, and with his remarks, let us put our hands together and welcome Brother Jude Bartholomew, President of the Grenada Union of Teachers.
Protocol has already been established. Teachers, I want you to put out your phone and your gadgets. That will never happen to us this year, maybe what happened to us last year. where our speech never go live. So we're not taking chance even with the camera crews in front here. Make sure you have your phone and all your gadgets and everything out. Now this time, don't play with the Grenada Union of Teachers. Never again. On behalf of the Grenada Union of Teachers, I extend fraternal May greetings to the Grenada Trades Union Council, trade union organization, the working class and hard-working peoples throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, the Caribbean region, and all over the world. And of course, not forgetting the most hard-working, dedicated, patriotic, respected, influential, committed, powerful, and impactful trade union organization in the history of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, and in the Caribbean region, the Grenada Union of Teachers. Somebody make some noise. For not only the past 50 years, but for the past 100 years, and going strong, and still going strong. Teachers, let me hear you. Whether we match first or we match last, GUT will always be the #1 in the class. And whether we speak first or we speak last, GUT is boss. Put it in your pipe and smoke it, or in your tea and drink it. But believe it, the Grenada Union of Teachers would always be the #1 trade union organization in the land. The most impactful, the most powerful for the past 50 years and for the next 50 years to come. The GUT applauds the Trade Union Council for the theme they have chosen for May Day 2024 as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Grenada's independence. This theme is timely, patriotic, and visionary. It recognizes and affirms the significance, importance, and invaluable contribution of labor, the trade union movement, and ordinary working class men and women, citizens of our nation, in building, shaping, transforming Grenada to what it is today. Think about Grenada 50 or 100 years ago. The landscape, working conditions, living standards, wages, to what it is today. It was the GUT and the labor movement that brought it, that led the way, whether in government, private or public sector, in education, nation building. It was the working class people, the trade union movement, both union and non-unionized workers, that helped to build Grenada and bring Grenada where it is today, and to march and forge ahead for the next 50 years to come. Labor power, workers' power, teachers' power as we build and transform Grenada. And that is why government, business establishment, both private and public sector, must have some respect and appreciation for teachers and labor. The trade union movement, the working class, and treat teachers and workers with respect and dignity. Pay and treat teachers and workers fairly and justly. In fact, there is no Grenada without labor and the working class. Labor in developing our country. Labor in building Grenada's economy. Labor in transforming the lives of working class men and women. Job security, upward mobility, financial security, and stability. Labor a strong voice for the oppressed, victimized, marginalized, both union and non-unionized. Labor, the trade union movement, defending and protecting the political, democratic rights and freedoms of citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique from the blatant abuse, unfair and unjust labor practices by governments and business establishment. Think for a moment, teachers and workers are treated badly, unfairly, and unjustly now today. What would it be like for workers without the GUT and the trade union movement for the next 50 years to come? We dead. Workers dead. Slavery again. They're taking away our bread. According to Clarence Darrow, and I quote, with all the faults, trade unions have done more for humanity than any other organization of men that ever existed. They have done more for decency, for honesty, for education, for betterment of race, for the development of character in men and women than any other association of men. Know that I have congratulated labor and the trade union movement for their invaluable contribution to Grenada for the past 50 years. It would be a great injustice and unforgivable sin of mine to teachers and the duty if I fail to put on record here today the invaluable and unblemished and sacrificial contribution of the Grenada Union of Teachers and its members for the past 50 years to education and nation building. The Grenada Union of Teachers have always been that special group that jumps into the fire and faces the firing squad in the heat of industrial battles for social and economic justice. Think about it, whether political, social, educational, financial, is the duty that always rescue workers in this country. Pension, dark salary, we prove it already. Teachers don't just bellow and melt like jello. We face the heat and march on the street. The government of Grenada, Ministry of Education, and the citizens must recognize, appreciate, and applaud the invaluable contribution of teachers in education. Teachers shape, touch, and transform lives in education and in nation building. Teachers don't just talk, but we walk the walk and march the street for social and economic justice, not only for teachers, but for all workers, even those that lambaste us publicly, including those that stays in the corridors of the various ministries and wait for us when we are marching the street. We fight for them also. Without duty, government and private sector having workers bazooty in this country. We educate the politicians and feed them so much in school that they turn around and play the fool. So I'll continue here. They could cut style on us, even in the education ministry. They could cut style on us and treat teachers badly. Once they reach the ministry, their heads swell already. Teachers in misery. And don't talk about those who serve teachers, even from the other union. They take teachers like trash from the garbage can. But today, teachers, they stop this in the ministry. Put an end to it quickly. Otherwise, they're going to feel the heat when teachers start to march on the street. The duty 50 years old, solid foundation in education, nation building, sports and culture, defending democracy, strong advocate against social and economic justice, and a strong voice for the Grenadian citizenry. The duty for the past 50 years, a strong voice of hope in Grenada. So now we're going to express thanks from the Grenada Union of Teachers to the government, this administration, and to past administration. For the past 50 years is not only this administration, but we look at NGM, we look at TNP, we look at NDC, we look at NNP, and all the other administration that served Grenada for the past 50 years. And we say thanks for all the sacrifice and all those things, even when we had to fight for it, march on the street, and all that we had to do to get it. But they did really and truly do what they have to do, and we are thankful. Today, but I must put on record here today our deepest appreciation and gratitude to this administration, the man with a big and generous heart for teachers, workers in the labor movement, the poor working class peoples, the ordinary men and women of Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik, this present Prime Minister and his cabinet, for all the love and all the things that they have done for teachers and for the working class people of this country to improve our standard of living. Teachers and workers, as you can see, in just 2 years that this new administration came into office, and in just a short space of time, they have done more for teachers and workers than all the administration combined. Come on, teachers, let me hear you. Don't be afraid. Teachers' power in Grenada. The new administration is setting the standard to improve the lives and standard of living for teachers and public officers, ordinary working class men and women in Grenada, Carriacou, and Pitimatnik. And we say thanks. We say thanks to this administration for this pension is going nice. And when it's going nice, you do it twice. Come on, put your hands together. For salary increase for 2024, this new administration, in January, they pay it already. Put your hands together. For the ex-gratia payment of 25% from this administration, we say thank you very much. But as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Grenada's independence, everything 50. So this December, we want 50%, no 25%. Come on, put your hands together. And we acknowledge here today, we really and truly appreciate what the ministers of government did for themselves in increasing their salaries in the budget presentation for both government and for the opposition. Put your hands together. But we will never forget that. So when the next negotiation, we ask some more because we remember what you did before. Come on, we're getting hot. And nobody pass around for time. This is my time. Nobody pass around for time. This is my time. The regularization of teachers. We say thanks to this administration for regularizing 111 teachers. We say thank you very much. Put your hands together. But we still have a problem there. We still have a problem with regularization. We call on this new administration not only to regularize teachers, but all public officers. We want regularization for all. And we also heard it is very unfair and unjust for teachers and public officers to be temporary and contract work some 10, 15, 8 years, and to get really and truly they did not get the full compensation for all these years. And that is a grievance and that is a pain for all of us. So we ask for complete compensation, for regularization, for teachers and public officers going forward. We also put on record here that we want all our temporary teachers, even those without mathematics for teaching for all these years, to be regularized and to be made permanent. And we call for all temporary teachers to get the opportunity to go to Teachers College for 2024-2025. We're keeping it alive. Come on, Brother Andre Lewis, you're sitting down in front. Put your hands together, you're right in front. All right, so we're coming down. The regularization of teachers, fringe benefits, the upgrading for primary and secondary school principals. So we're still having that, the upgrading. The Ministry of Education and the government of Grenada, for months now, they say they're upgrading the principals, and that is our hard feelings here. A sour grape for teachers. Remember, it is the teachers and others who voted for change, and the ministry have to rearrange. Teachers' priority in this country. Let's get it straight. Temporary, you have principals who really and truly should receive their upgrades since January. Since January, we're waiting. February, the ministry said this month. March, they said the next month. April, the next month. Enough is enough. And we have a problem here. Principals here, we want you to listen. I see Brother Kenny James here. Because the principals listen to the Ministry of Education first before they listen to the Grenada Union of Teachers. And it seems that we have a battle here to come. And what we observe, this is a serious thing here, brothers and sisters. For what reason that these principals, after all these months, did not get the upgrade from grade H to I and J? So we're calling on the Minister for Education. I see him right here. We approach him how many times? No, I don't want a finger. I want to pay the principal better. That's what we want. We don't want the finger. Pay the principals better. That's what we want, and faster. So we're calling on the Honorable Prime Minister of Grenada, and we're calling on Honorable David Andrew to get together. As right, you're going to feel the heat on the street with the Grenada Union of Teachers, because we're not making jokes. So put on record, that is going on for too long. And that is a vexatious issue for the Grenada Union of Teachers and for principal, and total disrespect. Come on, I have some time to go still. But this no, Brother David Adam, sit down in your seat. You didn't come here for anybody else. This is my time. You did not come here for anybody else. This is my time. Compensation for the marking of CPA, SBA, CCLC, and CPA. All right, compensation. This new administration, make sure that benefit was secure for all of us. Restoring Teachers College to full-time studies from this administration again. So this year, teachers, and we're calling them for temporary teachers to get the opportunity to go to Teachers College also. The school feeding program. The school feeding program is a very good program, but no consultation. No consultation with GUT, no consultation with teachers or principals. So while it is a good program, you must put all the foundational things in such. Schools have to build the infrastructure to feed everybody in school. And while we talk about the school feeding program, we also, it's incumbent upon us as the Grenada Union of Teachers to talk about the situation with cooks and cleaners in school. Common Ministry of Education and Government of Grenada, that matter has been going for too long. The cooks in school, those who feed the politicians and make them fat like a hospital rat, and now they come back today and they don't want to really pay them. We call on you to pay the cleaners and the workers justly and fairly. Time release for teachers. We don't understand what is going on in the Ministry of Education. Time release for teachers to study. You want teachers basically to go and study, to do their degree, and when it's time release, you don't want to give them. Sit down there, Brother Adams. You have to wait for a little while. More training opportunities, negative reports and teachers foil. We say no to that. So we're coming down. Teachers voted for change, not to be oppressed again. Teachers are hurting and have lost confidence in the Ministry of Education and in orders for what is taking place there. The Grenada Union of Teachers puts on record the frustration and the disappointment, although this new administration have done some good for teachers and for workers. We put on record here, our grievances is not so much in totality with the new administration, but our frustration in the Ministry of Education. We thought that this whole situation would have gone a long time ago, but it seems as it's coming like a recurring decimal. I don't want to say today that we lost confidence in the Minister for Education because he's a good man. But if that continues, next year time around, I'm going to say it. Brother David Andrew, do what you have to do. NIS old age pension, NIS pension reform. Now I hear the government is talking about pension reform. The Grenada Union of Teachers and all the other unions march on the street. We do everything that we can to restore pension to teachers and public officers, and we're not going to lose it. I just want to make that clearly. We're going to secure it, not only for us, but for generations of teachers and public officers to come. So we're making it very clear to us, whether a teacher comes in now, a teacher comes in 15 or 20 or 30 years from now, pension is a constitutional matter and it should be there for our teachers. Pension reform should be for the Imanis and non-established workers who cooks and other persons justly and fairly should get a pension when they're going home. But we're going to watch it because basically we're not going to accept it. Our lawyer is close at hand watching pension reform. NIS, we have a problem with NIS. This retirement at age 60 and basically getting your old age benefit of NIS at 65 from 2024. 61, 5%, 62, 10% penalty, 63, 15%, 64, 20%, 65, 25%. That is wrong. This administration corrected the injustice and secure pension for us. We cannot allow NIS to bring back teachers and workers in old age penalty, in old age pension poverty. NIS pension basically is our integrity and worker security. And we're calling on the NDC administration and NIS to really and truly to fix it because teachers want to be alive at age 65. Come on, I'm coming down, I'm coming to the end. Social and economic justice issue that must receive better wages and better security of tenure. Who is the boss there? So we call on to fix those things for the cooks and other bosses in school, as we say. Proverbs chapter 14, verses 31. He who oppresses the poor taunts his maker, but he who is generous to the needy honors him. Let me say it again. Proverbs chapter 14, verse 31. He who oppresses the poor, the cooks, the cleaners in schools and hospitals and other places, he who oppresses the poor taunts his maker, but he who is generous to the needy honors him. So we call for better wages for nurses. As Brother Grimes says, I'm happy to know that all nurses and persons are really and truly getting salary increases because I have it here. We don't only speak for teachers, we speak for all workers. Samuel Campos said, the trade union movement represents the organized economic power of worker. It is in reality the most potent and the most direct social insurance that all workers have. Let us protect the labor movement as we continue to fight for social and economic justice for the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. The Grenada Union of Teachers and its members give the assurance to the government of Grenada, Ministry of Education, parents, students, and citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique of its unwavering support and commitment to education and nation building for the next 50 years to come. We as government, public and private sector to give teachers, public officers, and all workers, and to give us this day our daily bread, and not the crumbs that is left on the master's table. That all contract work for teachers and public officers must come to an end, and that social and economic justice will flow in Grenada like water flows in the land. That the poor and the ordinary people of this country will be adequately taken care of, are coming to the end. That non-unionized workers will be treated justly and fairly in both private and public sectors. That productivity and punctuality and prosperity will be the order of the day by all workers, including teachers. And that the trade union movement will continue to be a strong voice and a force to be reckoned with to advance the cause of labor and working class men and women for the next 50 years to come. Long live the trade union movement. Long live the working class people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martinique. Long live the Grenada Union of Teachers. And we pray that all peoples in Grenada must receive some credits, including Sheldon Scott.
And our final president from our affiliate that will come and close the inning is none other than Brother Joseph Mitchell of the Bank and General Workers Union. Let us put our hands together for Brother Jude Bartholomew for his sterling and stirring address to us here at May Day 2024. Thank you, GUT, for your sterling address, and Brother Jude for laying all the cards on the table. Let's put our hands together now for Brother Joseph Mitchell, representing Bank and General Workers Union.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just take time to stand on the protocol that is ready established. And let me, on behalf of the executive of the Bank and General Workers Union, wish you a fraternal International Workers' Day. I certainly intend to complete within 6 minutes, and I give the chairman permission to come around. Let me say to you, as we recognize our theme for this year's celebration, recognizing labor, labor's contribution to nation building over the past 50 years, as we move forward with renewed vision and purpose. Brothers and sisters, I believe that this theme is quite timely, because when we speak of a theme, we are not literally speaking of a phrase on a document, but it's a time for us to reflect, a time for us to analyze where we are as labor, and it's also a time of introspection when we look forward, as the team said, with renewed purpose and vision. Brothers and sisters, over the past 50 years, the contribution to labor or by labor to our country in our social, economic, moral, and intellectual development has been significant. We have equipped our people with the understanding of labor development among our colleagues. Many years ago, the jobs that we had, we could have only hold unskilled jobs. But today, brothers and sisters, the citizens of our country, they are CEOs, they are directors, they are managers and managing directors of large corporate companies. And it tells us that labor has come a long way. Brothers and sisters, we celebrate our stalwarts that has gone before. We celebrate former leaders as Sir Eric Matthew Gary. We celebrate Brother Otway. We celebrate Brother Eric Pierre, even Brother Chester Humphrey, and many of our leaders that has paved the way for us to celebrate this 50 years of labor. We also celebrate our presiding GTUC president, Brother Andre Lewis, who's also the president of CCL. We have accomplished a lot. We wish to place on record our heartfelt gratitude for the recent success by way of negotiation for the government farm workers who for several years, maybe decades, did not have a signed collective agreement, but today they have a full signed collective agreement with fringe benefits. Brothers and sisters, for the first time, some of our farm workers are now going to enjoy some form of retirement benefit. And so we can celebrate those things. It grieved me many years ago that I would find those workers maybe at funeral services, maybe at the supermarket, and they would be begging me, see what you can do for me, Brother Mitch. But today we have those packages in place. Brothers and sisters, the adjustment to the minimum wage from January 2024 has seen some of our workers in the homes for the elderly salaries move from approximately $900 a month to now $1,400, and that has been significant. But even, brothers and sisters, as we celebrate those accomplishments, we must guard ourselves for the future. Let me say that again. even as we celebrate those accomplishments, but we must be mindful of the path that lies ahead for labor. And I'm speaking particularly from the private sector level. Brothers and sisters, many of you would have seen in recent times the victimization of one of the workers in one of our resorts, when not so long ago, 7 workers with full-time employment, with no notice, no warning at all, no engagement with the union, was sent home rather unceremoniously, while workers who just came in, maybe days and weeks, were kept on the job. We are concerned, brothers and sisters, when this very same employer, since 2013, have failed to come to the negotiating table and negotiate with the union for a new collective agreement. We are concerned. When that same employer, when that same investor, brothers and sisters, is seen aligning themselves with government social programs, when that same investor seems to be sponsors of government programs and is hiding behind the goodwill of the state to protect the interests. Brothers and sisters, we must guard against those things. And I urge the government, and I would not say I am not as brave as the dear sister from Tau to say Rich Law Firm supports them. But I would urge the government not to allow those investors hide in space. Because at the end of the day, brothers and sisters, every time we allow that to happen, is a single mother that is going home without bread for her children. It is another young man that is denied the opportunity to earn a living and would find themselves maybe in the drug corners or on the alcoholic shop. And so, brothers and sisters, development must include our workers from here on. We are concerned, brothers and sisters, when a local bottled water investor, since 2019, have consistently evaded negotiating a new collective agreement for the workers at her company. We are concerned when that same investor falsified a document to decertify the union with the knowledge of the Ministry of Labor. But instead of dealing with the problem, brothers and sisters, we are seeing that that particular investor is given position as a director and a statutory body. And so if we are going to move forward, brothers and sisters, with renewed purpose and renewed vision, we must protect our destiny. Brothers and sisters, we are concerned about the ongoing arrangement of short-term fixed contracts, which manifest in government, but is spilling off in the private sector. Brothers and sisters, we must guard against those things. As we move forward, brothers and sisters, we must move forward with an environment where our workers can operate in honor and dignity. When our single mothers are no longer threatened of the fear of losing a source of income and has to subject herself to all sorts of demeanor at the workplace. If we are going to move forward with purpose, with renewed vision, brothers and sisters, we have got to establish the fundamental values of labor, that of dignity for our workers. Brothers and sisters, we are concerned, although efforts have been made, but the very cases that we are talking about is at the desk of the Ministry of Labor. Each day that those matters remain at the desk of somebody in the Ministry of Labor, it's another brother, another sister, another co-worker that is being pushed out of their job. Because these investors feel that they can do what they want and hide. In conclusion, the Bank and General Workers Union stands in solidarity with all unions. We stand firm and united with the labor movement. One workers' fight, one union fight is all our fight. One worker suffer, we all suffer, and the gains alike. We stand firmly, brothers and sisters, in solidarity with our brethren at Jonas Brown and Hubbard's. We believe that the fight is fair, and CIWU, we want you to know that you have our support. We must collectively work together in promoting the goals of labor. There are many challenges that we must collectively overcome, but together we are stronger, together we are better, together we are one people. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Let's hear it for Bank and General Workers Union, Brother Joseph Mitchell. Well done, well said, powerful words, and we look forward to being one as a labor movement. We have entered another significant time where we have our Minister for Labor and Attorney General who is here and as is normal coming to deliver remarks. And so it gives me pleasure to welcome Honorable Senator Claudette Joseph, Minister for Labor, to come and to give us remarks from the government and people of Grenada. Let's put our hands together and welcome Sister Claudette Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Workers of Grenada, happy May Day. I enjoyed the march this morning. I will stand on the protocol already established, except allow me to acknowledge the presence of the President of the Trades Union Council, Brother Andre Lewis, and also to recognize and to welcome our delegation from the International Labour Organization, headed by Dr. Johnny Masubayana, Director of ILO Decent Work Team and Office for the Caribbean. And permit me to share, Doctor, that you and your team are here in Grenada on the invitation of the Ministry of Labor and Workers. That is how serious we are as a government in advancing workers' rights and interests. I want you to know that in this struggle, we are partners. I greet you all on behalf of our beloved Prime Minister. I say beloved confidently because I saw the love you gave him this morning on the streets. Yes, I know. On behalf of Comrade Deacon Mitchell the Cabinet of Ministers, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor, the Labor Commissioner, and everyone. And on my own behalf, of course, I wish you a happy day, and I trust that you enjoy the rest of the day. I am extremely happy and honored that you have invited me here today to celebrate with you in commemoration of International Workers' Day in this golden jubilee year of our nation, under the theme, recognizing labor's contribution to building our nation over the past 50 years, as we move forward with renewed vision and hope. To my comrades in the labor movement, this administration takes the opportunity to congratulate you on a theme well chosen and to reaffirm our commitment to working with you to build and advance the lives of workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, and as we like to say, Petit Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. The theme recognizes your sterling contribution to our nation since independence and reflects the current atmosphere of stability, peace, hopefulness, and optimism, which allows us to confidently look forward with vision and purpose. And we would like to keep it that way. To the workers of this nation, past and present, we thank you for your service to Grenada, especially in the last 50 years. The government is proud to say that we continue to stand for you in ways that no other administration has done in the past. You heard it from your own union leaders here. Very rare would you hear unions congratulating governments on May Day. This shows that we have outperformed all others in the past. We have done in the last 20 months quite a lot to benefit workers, and in so doing, we have been deliberate and purposeful. We have been deliberate and purposeful in enacting legislation and implementing policies and programs aimed at achieving a just, equitable, prosperous, and sustainable society for all. Sisters and brothers, bear with me for a moment as we take a look back on the gains of the past year. Last year when I stood here, I promised you that we will implement minimum wage, new minimum wages by 1st January 2024. In keeping that promise, we hit the ground running on 1st January 2024 when the new minimum wages order came into effect. A legal requirement, brothers and sisters, that was ignored, indeed breached by previous governments for 12 long years. And in reality, that was only one government, if we are to be truly honest. Of course, our predecessor. The government, brothers and sisters, adjusted minimum wages for several categories of mostly vulnerable workers, including security officers, cleaners, caregivers, construction workers, hospitality workers, and clerical workers. We went a step further, brothers and sisters, and included new categories in the minimum wages order, such as call center workers, sanitation workers, and the all-important Fourth Estate media workers. Additionally, brothers and sisters, there was equalization in the minimum wages across gender, a historic movement towards ensuring that our women receive equitable compensation for their work, just as men and vice versa. And again, making sure that the law, which was actually on the books but not complied with, for equal pay for equal work is fully applied across all sectors. Brothers and sisters, you will observe in 2023 a number of amendments were made to the NIS law. All these changes were necessary to safeguard the fund for the benefit of all contributors. And indeed, these changes were recommended since 2016, and nothing was done. The fact is, if these changes did not come into effect, the fund would die in 2035. But in addition, on 1st May 2023, the National Insurance Unemployment Benefit came into force. This benefit, for the first time implemented in this country, is paid to registered members, registered contributors who are unemployed or self-employed and would have lost their jobs through no fault of their own. Since the introduction of this benefit, it has helped 204 persons at a value of $367,780. Give your government a round of applause, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, in 2023, government, through the government negotiating team, signed collective bargaining agreements for all public sector unions and welfare associations, prospectively, not retroactively as you're accustomed to, and without disrespect to workers, protest, and unrest. And of course, without your government reneging on anything. In fact, in the words of the president of the Public Workers Union, Brother Grimes, and I quote, "The negotiations of this collective agreement was clothed in respect and was a tremendous victory for the union, the workers, and for Grenada." Brothers and sisters, comrades all, this is your government working for you from the mouth of your own trade union leader. The negotiations also resulted in the first fringe benefits agreements reached in over 10 years. That included, and I quote Brother Grimes again, some groundbreaking elements. Brothers and sisters, this historic milestone underscores the government's efforts to foster productive partnerships with all workers as we strive to improve compensation packages, working conditions, and productivity. We look forward to these partnerships growing from strength to strength as we move Grenada forward. Brothers and sisters, the government continues to demonstrate that we say what we do and we do what we say. The negotiated salary increases, fringe benefits, and increments for 2024, as Brother Jude Bartholomew just told you, was honored and paid for already. The value being, brothers and sisters, $1,119,374.11. Give your government a round of applause, don't be shy. Brothers and sisters, this government continues to honor its commitment to regularize public workers. And Brother Grimes, a word of caution. When you speak, research first. Because we do what we say, and we say what we do. We make promises, and we keep them. Because the days of mamagairy and tomfoolery and bubble, those days are over. You have new kids on the block now whose word you can take. We're not signing any agreement just before election and then reneging. We're doing everything now because our interest is the workers. So in case of regularization of workers, brothers and sisters, here are the facts. The Department of Public Administration
continues to implement the regularization framework which was developed to ensure that the process is fair and transparent. Regularizations have occurred across the public sector and will continue until all categories are attended to. As Brother Grimes said, 300 were promised in the first phase. And here are the facts. To date, the first phase was completed. We promised 300. We did 298. 187 mainstream public workers, and as you heard it from Brother Bartholomew, 111 teachers. Brothers and sisters, by any formula, by any scoring formula, that will give us an A. Brothers and sisters, my government has once again demonstrated its commitment to education. We all know that through education, most of us were able to improve our economic station in life. For years, brothers and sisters, we witnessed the protests in the hot sun and the pouring rain by the TAMCC staff for salary increases that were denied them since 2016. This caring government, since coming into office, paid the TAMCC workers $602,089.90, retroactive for 2017 to 2022. Remember, we came into office in 2022. And for 2023 and 2024 so far, we've paid $1.2 million for salary increases. We encourage the union to enter into negotiation agreement for a collective bargaining agreement, negotiations with the Council of TAMCC. Brothers and sisters, we don't only look after workers who are unionized because we are afraid the union's going to come after us. We look after everyone because we care about all our people and all our workers. So that, brothers and sisters, when we implemented the measures to benefit workers in this year, 2024, we included the Imani trainees who, as far as we are concerned, are workers. We commenced the process of granting Imani trainees public sector or public service commission contracts. And we continue to regularize, as we continue the regularization process, they are included. We are left out, you are not left out, Imanis, contrary to what you are told. As a caring government, we have adjusted the minimum stipend for Imanis so that it aligns with the new minimum wage. This resulted in government putting an additional $14 million in the hands of the young Imani workers, brothers and sisters, $14 million into their hands with this adjustment. I pause here to remind you, brothers and sisters, lest you forget. Those who claim to be for the poor and vulnerable had thousands of young Grenadians enrolled in the Imani program and receiving $600 and $700 a year, some for up to 10 years unchanged. I remind you also that you must not listen to what others say. Instead, you must pay attention to what they do and be not afraid. Do the same for this government because we are confident when we do what we say and we say what we do. So you can watch and you can listen. Another big step forward for the Imani in this government is that we have commenced payment of the NIS contributions, the employer contributions, and we have also sorry, brothers and sisters. We are saying that we have commenced payment of the NIS contributions for Imanis and persons who hold contracts for service. This was never done before. Brothers and sisters, let's talk a little bit about pension because we had to get real. Let's talk pension. Listen carefully because all kind of craziness is being said. Brothers and sisters, this NDC administration is committed to sustainable wage bill management and to fostering a happy, optimistic, productive, and efficient workforce. Key to achieving this is the issue of pension reform. Based on certain employment practices that we inherited, certain groups were denied of any pension at all. And so they would work for years and leave the public service without a pension. The pension reform that we propose will address this issue while, listen to me, while ensuring that pension for existing permanent employees is secured. The Pension Review Committee has made significant progress in designing a new pension plan, considering key factors raised in consultations with stakeholders. This administration has already allocated $1.6 million to this new contributory pension plan, which will guarantee a pension for government workers who previously did not qualify for pension. Brothers and sisters, this government does not only care about improving your economic status in the present, but is also ensuring that after you have made your contribution to nation building and retired, you can live comfortably. I want to address some information that is said about pension, even misinformation you might call it. Recently said, no one is going to lose their pension. Workers who are already confirmed in the public service, your pension is secured. We all know, and it is one of the things we all agree on, that pension reform is unavoidable. Right? Pension reform is unavoidable because the scheme we currently have cannot be sustained in the long run. We have been there before. We're not going back there. We were there between 1983 and 2022. We have restored pensions, and we are not going back. Brothers and sisters, we have also attended to several matters of occupational safety and health, which one of the union leaders mentioned. I think it was Brother Grimes. Enhancing your work environment, air conditioning in the ministerial complex, tiling, painting, and doing some major renovation works at the financial complex. Government has made a commitment to implement occupational safety and health policy and legislation during this term in office. I am happy to announce that the ILO has made a commitment to provide technical assistance to the Department of Labor to ensure that we achieve this objective. And two, brothers and sisters, we are in the advanced stages with the help of the Labor Advisory Board, of which you are represented, to bring it into force a new labor code. And yes, Brother Grimes spoke to the labor code that was passed since 2016 and not brought into force. With some very critical amendments, we will bring this new labor code into force. And these critical amendments will include paid paternity leave, a first for our country and for our men, and also an extension of maternity leave for women to 14 weeks in accordance with the ILO and UN standards. Also, a new dispute resolution mechanism will be introduced. Brothers and sisters, with all these achievements and milestones, we are happy to be now enjoying a period of industrial peace and stability. As we celebrate our golden jubilee as a nation, the time is apt to enter a new era of progress and upliftment. We want this peace and stability to endure and to represent a permanent shift in the way the tripartite arrangement interact with each other. This cultural shift will also allow for us to focus on improving other areas that were neglected in the past. And that is what your government has been doing already. In so doing, brothers and sisters, we are committed to strengthening the Ministry of Labor. We have, since last year when I spoke to you, appointed a new Deputy Labor Commissioner in the person of Ms. Connie McQuilkin. This is the first time we have a Deputy Labor Commissioner in 11 years. And we have added additional staff, including a senior labor officer. With the support of the ILO, we have committed to strengthening our legislative and institutional framework to better serve you in the areas of dispute resolution, labor inspection, employment services, occupational safety, and health. Brothers and sisters, on March 15, coinciding with the launch of the Consumer Affairs Office, the Department of Labor launched a satellite office in the town of St. George. The launch of this office has proven to be convenient for many, saving them time, thank you, and expense in dealing with their problems relating to labor. We've also launched a new website, another first. This was done in December. This website is a one-stop shop for all labor-related information, and I invite you to visit the website. There you will find labor laws, policies, services offered by the Department of Labor, links to our tripartite partners and stakeholders, frequently asked questions, and you may, through the website, also submit labor complaints and receive virtual responses. We intend to enhance and strengthen our digital presence as we continue to transform and enhance service delivery. I am pleased to announce that the Department of Labor has also been able to re-establish our relationship with the International Labor Organization. This renewed relationship will ensure that we meet our obligations as a member state and benefit from the technical and other support available to build our capacity to serve you better. As we rebuild this relationship, I am very pleased to share with you, brothers and sisters, that this year, Grenada will have a delegation attending the International Labor Conference. Brothers and sisters, listen to this carefully. The last time a delegation from Grenada attended the International Labor Conference, which, by the way, is an obligation we have under the treaty, was 25 years ago. 25 years ago. And we will be there this year. Dr. Musabayana, I take this opportunity to again thank you for being here with us today. A demonstration of your commitment, yours and your team's commitment to provide the technical support to advance the promotion of social justice, decent work, and inclusive economic growth and development for all Grenadians. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I can't resist but to share with you that our research shows that this is the first visit of an ILO director to Grenada. So let us give the ILO mission a warm Grenadian welcome once more. And guys, just stand up so the workers can see who you are if you don't mind. The mission is there. Thank you very much. First, we're doing plenty things first. Brothers and sisters, comrades, I end by reaffirming government's commitment to workers of Grenada, to all workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Let us look together, let us work together rather, to build on the significant progress we have made in the last 20 months. Workers of Grenada, my government looks forward to working with you in continuing to build a stable and harmonious industrial relations climate, one that will result in a productive, resilient, and inclusive labor force. Ultimately, we all want a fair and just society with a decent standard of living and a buoyant economy. So as we journey to the next 50 years, and as we enjoy this period of industrial peace, let us continue to work together to build a nation of which we can all be proud. And with that, I say, long live the working people of Grenada, Carriacou, and the Petit Martinique. Long live the people of Grenada. Forward ever. Forward ever. God bless you all. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
We want to thank our Minister for Labor, Honorable Claudia Joseph, for batting and batting well for the government of Grenada. Of course, that's her role, but we appreciate all of the greetings that she brought, as well as the news that she brought. And of course, as a worker, my job is not to look necessarily at government that's in office, but to look at workers in general. So while I have my vote, I know that my role would always be to work hard and to agitate for workers of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. So Madam Minister, thank you very much, and we welcome those words that you brought. At this time, we want to have remarks from our hardworking, and when I tell you hardworking, our hardworking president, Brother Andre Lewis, has been giving yeoman service to the trade union movement and also as president of Grenada Trade Union Council, and it's a privilege to have him come and to deliver remarks from the Grenada Trade Union Council. Let's put our hands together and welcome Senator and President, Brother Andre Lewis.
Good day, comrades. I know it's late into the evening, so I will stand on the recognize all those who have already been recognized, but permit me to also recognize the delegation from the ILO. Comrades, thank you very much. Our Cuban ambassador and a team. Comrades, as I've indicated, I adopt what our comrades have said before. There are just one or two items. Rather than just go through my complete speech, I will just highlight. Comrades, I bring you warm and fraternal greetings from the Grenada Trade Union Council under the theme, Recognizing Labor's Contribution to Nation Building over the past 50 years as we move forward with renewed vision and purpose. As we stand here today, the GTUC extends its deepest, profound condolences to the families, relatives, and friends who mourn the untimely passing of a young, innocent, then full of life school child, Esther Patterson of Carriacou. The GTUC demands that no stones be left unturned in bringing the perpetrator or perpetrators of this gruesome crime to justice. We have to protect everyone, but especially our young kids. This May Day takes place in a historical period. It's the 50th anniversary of our independence. However, we must note that despite the fact that it is undeniable of Labour's contribution to our 50 years of independence, political independence, because we still have a long way to go, Labour, with this government that speaks so highly of Labour, Labour has been left out of any of the organized celebrations. And here we will see the case where there is an apparent attempt by this administration to bypass organized labor and to try to speak directly to workers, which is akin to or close to union busting. And our comrades in the Public Workers Union can speak to that. For the past 20 or so months, they have been almost unsuccessful in meeting with the relevant ministers to discuss their issues. Our comrades in the GOT, who speaks highly of the administration for what they have done, can tell you that they're having difficulties in meeting with the ministries and the officials in the Ministry of Labor. And it's impossible to blame the ministers without blaming the government, because the ministers are part of the cabinet. And therefore, we had to call a spade a spade. Comrades, our independence has been strongly influenced by the 1951 Grenada Revolution. That revolution then led by a working class hero, Eric Matthew Geary, who then, through the GMMIW, were able to break the color and race barrier in Grenada. We are able to have a dark-skinned prime minister today, and we are able to have dark-skinned persons working in the banks and other places, thanks to that 1951 struggle, when our people were not allowed to work in frontline organizations. The trade union movement has led the struggle for benefits and contribution to nation building through results such as the formation of political parties, paid annual vacation leave, paid maternity leave, severance pay, among others that have already been highlighted. I'm going to concise my address, I've said. And therefore, I wish to focus on what I call the industrial relations climate, because this will be important for us. The Grenada Trades Union Council is watching what appears to be the possible signs of dark labor relations clouds appearing on the industrial relations horizon. The government continue, and I repeat, the government continue to exploit the workers by violating Section 29(5) of the Employment Act by refusing to immediately making contract workers permanent. As a matter of fact, the current Prime Minister, a then leading corporate lawyer, said during the campaign struggle that contract work was illegal, Imani workers were illegal, and therefore by the stroke of a pen, you'll be made permanent. Why are we perpetrating the violation of a law? Why are we perpetrating that? We can deliver on big ticket items, but when it comes to the ordinary man and woman, where people looking for job security, it is taking forever to be done. The question that must be answered by my colleagues is whether or not the Imani workers are made permanent, is whether or not the contract workers are made permanent. If the answer is yes, then you have fulfilled your promises. If the answer is no, then you have failed. And for us in the labor movement, these are significant, because these comrades need to be able to go to a financial institution to help better their living standards. So comrades, let us examine the industrial climate. As I said, let us look at the small items, because the small items will determine how serious an employer or our administration is for working class people. Because if we ignore one individual or exploit one individual because it will not make much news, and we continue to do the big ticket items for the sake of news, then we are failing. We look at the matter of the Carriacou 5. Immediately after assuming office in 2022, 5 workers in Carriacou were either transferred or terminated illegally. And up to now, our comrades in the Public Workers Union cannot get this matter addressed. Comrade Grimes, Am I correct? Yes, ma'am. And I'm saying this so that we can go down to the ground. You know, I remember looking back at home that there is always, in our home, there was what we call a calendar. And on that calendar, whether you believe in a Jesus or not, there was this Jesus. I reject the color today, but he had one sheep in his hand. And it was said, a good shepherd look after one lost sheep. And that is important for us in the labor movement. The continued blatant refusal of the ministers of government to engage the respective trade union is a cause for concern. And I can tell you that there is a level of arrogancy developing where comrades, and I call them comrades because a number of colleagues in the government, we are colleagues. Let me make that point. But on the basis that union leaders are speaking out, they are refusing to meet with the union leaders because they hold the view that once you stand up and speak publicly, we are not engaging with you. And I challenge most to question that. Comrades, industrial climate, the private sector. The private sector, Comrade Juice Mason, who openly declared his support for the political party, and we always commend him for that, made an important observation, which is our observation, that it was under the NDC administration, between 2008 and 2012, 13, that the vicious attack on workers' private and profit sharing started with the current Grenada breweries, when the workers were locked out for 60-something days. Locked out for 60-something days. And the government, in our view, and in our engagement with the government, seemed to have allowed the private sector to do as they like. Colleagues, I'll tell you, it appears as though that is every time the NDC is in office, the private sector feels emboldened to look to go after certain basic rights of the workers. Now we have Hubbards. Now we have Hubbards trying to take away the profit of CIW workers. We have Citizens Paints, for the first time, represented by the Technical and Allied Workers Union, going after the workers' profit share that we represent. And I'll tell you, it is known, Grenada is small, that some of these private sectors may not necessarily be buddy-buddy with the government in terms of political parties. But what it speaks about is the class interest. It speaks about the class interest, that they do not see political colors, but they look at the philosophy of the government in office and determines when they can strike. So for instance, and I want you to think about the following. In November of 2022, when the brave and courageous workers of the Grenada Port Authority stood up in defense of their sister, who was terminated on the basis that she was not performing, for the first time in our recent history, the private sector organization wrote a press release calling on the government to intervene and force the workers back to work, to intervene and change the laws, some of the very said laws that the government is now speaking about, a unilateral attempt to change in terms of the dispute resolution process. And I could tell you that these that they speak about were advanced and many times fought for by the private sector. The hotels in the south, when the corporate lawyer was defending them, has been checking the government to make those changes. This is what they are trying to bring on the books. Because you know why? We have been told in the past that there are a number of foreign investors who are bypassing Grenada because workers are going on strike too easy. But I'll tell you, the fundamental difference between a slave and a free man is our ability to withdraw our labor. And whatever law there is will always be guided by this. So as our comrade Mason had a word of advice to the administration, we are saying, tread carefully. We are always prepared to work along with government and the private sector. If you look at where we have had industrial disputes, you would recognize that it is in very few workplaces that we have had to take the streets. But just as how Donald Trump has done in the United States, where he packed up the Supreme Court with judges with a particular ideological outlook, The private sector is trying to get this government to make certain legislative changes that will give them what they call the upper hand. Because even if and when there are laws in place to address arbitration, and when arbitration should be final and binding, because the employer's pocket is deep, they can find ways and means of tying up these matters in the court. And the only thing that we have, or one of the only things that we have, is our labor power. And we use this, with great judgment. Comrades, the private sector, and those that we speak about, the Hubbards, the Sissons, the Grenada Breweries. And if we are not careful, they will go after Grenada, but I know Grenada is a different kettle of fish, where Grenada has profit sharing. And the question and the issue of non-contributory pension, let me spend a time on this. What is wrong? Tell me what is wrong with workers benefiting from non-contributory pension when it is through the labor power that the businesses are operating. Capitalists and managers and ministers, sometimes we say get ho-to-toe benefits. Yes, but there is an attempt to say that because we are not directly contributing to pension, we should lose it or change it. So in some of the statutory bodies, attempts have been made to change these non-contributory benefits. But these are part of the package of the workers' benefit. What these companies have not done, what these statutory bodies have not done, they were not financially prudent to put aside, make a provision for these pension and these past service benefits. They squandered our monies. These statutory bodies, they squandered our monies. Yes, in all sort of investments. All kind of benefits to some of their board members. And then, now that they are running into difficulties, they are now trying to blame us. And I encourage any of my colleagues there, do a historical research. I know this current administration will tell us don't hold them responsible for what was done in the past. But remember, we are celebrating 50 years of independence today. So we are building on the past. And if we do not understand from whence we came and the sacrifices that we made, we are going to lose it. And therefore, my comrade leaders in the labor movement, I ask of all of us to engage in hard-nosed discussions among ourselves so that we could understand the history of what allowed us to have what we have. And I'm happy to hear, as the TUC have discussed, that when those who are telling us that we have to fight to restore the 1958 pension and to ensure that incumbent public officers do not lose those benefits, today are singing a different tune. I repeat, is singing a different tune. Government, let's look. Government has refused to pay the faith workers. The faith workers, the government has said, and I can't argue that a former minister, through some corrupt practice, although it is not proven, but let's say that's what they say, formed a company, employed workers, and therefore they shut the company down when they came into office. But these workers worked for about 2 months after the election, and they have not been paid. The Grenada Trade Union Council is saying go after the company, go after faith. Go through the legal process, and if somebody has to pay, let the company pay. But it's ordinary working class people, many from St. Andrew, many from Marquis, many from Soubise, have not been paid. And if we are speaking that we are looking after workers, and we are spending millions of dollars for TAMCC workers, and millions of dollars for pensioners, what is it for a few $100,000, if so much, for ordinary workers? And we have a duty and an obligation to ensure that we call upon the state to pay these workers. They must not be politically victimized. They did not elect to employ themselves. They were employed by a company, and that company provided service to the state. The political victimization of the Carriacou Five. NDC is reneging and taking away of the $150 from elderly citizens of this country. And let's establish the following. Let's establish the following. I sat in December of 2023 during the budget debate in the Senate, and the then junior minister, I think she was, in the Ministry of Social Development, said the following, and I'm paraphrasing, not word for word, that the $150 was put on as an election gambit by the past administration. But this government, meaning the NDC, will make it a permanent 150, and the record is there. The record is there. I am not here to argue whether or not the NNP administration wanted to keep it on. It may very well be an election gambit. But there is no denying that this current administration said that it will be permanent. And yet still for these ordinary workers, they took it away. And I join in solidarity today with Comrade John Rollo, one of the victims of this inhuman act, in demanding a restoration of the 150 and the retroactive among that is due. That's a fact. It was promised. It was said that this government will make it fix 150. We are looking on the horizon on the possible attempt to unilaterally amend, as I say, the labor code, to have what in effect may result in what we call forced arbitration, right? Because I can tell you, I've heard here what has gone up and what is being recommended and what may be accepted. But at the level of the Labor Advisory Board, we have not had finality. I want to repeat that, because I know that there is an expectation that will be quiet. As a matter of fact, I'm aware of these recommendations, that we'll be quiet and we should not go out and speak. Only to recognize that this is advance, and it may have gone to cabinet. It may have gone to cabinet. If it has not gone, if the recommendations have not been gone, I stand corrected. But what I do know, listening to the pronouncement of the minister, when she says that the amendments to the dispute resolution will be done, there's another attempt. And because you are workers, and this is Working Class Day, where ministers feel at liberty as they have a right to speak about what they have done and what they intend to do, and bringing to your attention how the horizon looks. There is an attempt to remove the Ministry of Labor from the dispute process. And I can tell you, we who have been in the vineyard, we who have been out in the battlefield with the private sector, those represented by the corporate lawyer who is in government today, have been always championing the cause for the Ministry of Labor to be excluded from the dispute resolution because they accuse some ministers of labor, and I'm looking at one right here now, past Minister of Labor, has been too friendly to the working class. That is what drove them. And I can tell you, 2 months ago, in one of the larger hotels in the south that Tau visited to discuss the outstanding payment for workers who are no longer with them, that hotelier, one of the largest hotels in the country, was lamenting the fact that the current government is taking too long to get the Ministry of Labor and the Minister of Labor out of the dispute process. Because you know why? They know they have money, that when election come, they can finance political parties and look for benefits. All that we have is one man, one vote. And they are afraid of our voting power. And they are afraid that when all things are equal, a progressive government and a progressive minister will and may make a decision to benefit a worker. So they want to remove the Ministry of Labor. And my comrade minister, and I call you comrade, and you know I do that, Minister for Labor. If you are true to all that has been proclaimed going back to our Grenada Revolution, and if you are true as a young pioneer, I ask you to look deep into what is being contemplated. What is the impact? We must not allow anyone who just come without understanding the foundation of our struggle and what has benefited us to just think that it is all designed to have industrial peace. Comrades, the approach by the current administration to streamline low-income workers from a great possibility of owning a low-income home that was donated to us by our Chinese comrades. There is no doubt that those who have to go to a bank stands a less chance of getting a loan to purchase one of these homes than under the existing conditions that were there before. We in the labor movement say, when people get the homes, they must pay. Housing authority should go after them to pay. But what is likely to happen is that the lower income bracket workers who will not traditionally qualify for a loan will not be able to own one of those low income houses. And what is possible to happen is that those who can afford it may own those homes, and it is possible, and I ask the ministry to look into this, they might be owning it through a third party. They might be getting people to front for them, right? Some of them may not even be living in Grenada, right, as they seek to buy up those homes. The government has continued to engage former private sector and private sector leaders who have a clear demonstration of being anti-worker to negotiate for them, to represent them on the statutory boards. And this all seems to be falling in plan, where the private sector is having more and more influence within the administration. St. George's University continued refusal to pay severance pay to the unvaccinated workers going back to July 2021. The SGU has lifted the vaccination mandate. So any Tom, Dick, and Harry can go to the school compound without being vaccinated, but yet still they refuse to allow the workers to come back to work. The workers have demanded severance pay, which is only fair. Now, if an employer does not have you engaged for close to 3 years, then in the reality, you are terminated. But the school does not want to use the word termination because they have been advised by the lawyer, check the law firm. The same thing that my comrade in Bank and General was saying that he's not brave enough as Tahu to say the corporate law firm. Check the history of the law firm and check who has been advising them over the years to fight workers and exploit workers. Check SGU. And I had the unfortunate experience. It was a very touching moment for me to experience an unvaccinated worker attending a meeting at SGU and having to walk out of the meeting after she broke down in tears when our local Grenadian law firm, in the manner in which they were speaking about our Grenadian workers who refused to take the vaccine, who had doubts about the vaccine, that worker broke down and she left. It was not done by the white Americans who sat in the room, but it was done by our own local black Grenadians, which has a history in terms of our slave drivers. Yes, and who they put as blackface cards to bring across their messages. And it continues today. And it continues through some of our law firms. The GTUC calls for the following legislative changes: allowing workers to be able to take their matters to court. The Privy Council ruled on this, and it's just simple. It's just making an amendment. That's all TUC is calling for, which says that after the Ministry of Labor, if the matters are not resolved, the matters can be taken to the court. That's what the Privy Council said. We do not need further amendments. Amendment to 66.1, when it was under this administration, that the bureaus lock out workers under what they call reasonable time, and I dare say that under no other administration was any company able to successfully do this. And therefore, it begs into question the comfort level that the private sector is getting. The Banking Act relative to the sale of a business and successor employer, sexual harassment at the workplace, improved determination allowance under the Employment Act, and acting into domestic legislation, all the ILO convention to which Grenada has signed on to, legislations to address sexual abuse and exploitation of children, and the strengthening of legislation to address violence against women, occupational safety and health at the workplace. On the question of minimum wage, we must salute the decisive approach taken by the Minister of Labor, Claudia Joseph, and the Ministry of Labor and the Government of Grenada to address this matter. So we salute you for this. However, you know there will be a however. Why is it necessary for the government, cabinet, to undo the recommendation of the Wages Advisory Committee as it relates to agricultural workers. When, for instance, the recommendation said, in other words, that an agricultural worker shall be guaranteed a minimum of 5 hours a day and shall be paid $60 for that 5 hours, which means that it is $12 an hour. But here what the government has done, in a high-handed manner, a campaign promise that they made right here in the parish of St. Patrick. When it was said that agricultural workers are not working hard enough and they must spend 8 hours on the farm. So what has the government done? The government has removed the 5 hours and says $60 a day. Now, if there is $60 a day and 8 hours in a day, it therefore means that it is $7 an hour. So agricultural workers' pay have been reduced. And I am aware that efforts have been made to have this matter addressed, and so far it has not yet been done. Public sector pension, our comrades have spoken on that. Our fight now is to ensure that all the unestablished workers, all the so-called contract workers who have worked side by side with what is called permanent workers, be they teachers, be they nurses, be they doctors, receive the same pension that established workers are receiving today, that pension which was restored. So before we can speak about anything going forward, we have a duty and an obligation to ensure that these workers who have labored side by side with the permanent workers get the same benefits. And that is our duty, and that is our commitment. A worker is a worker. My friend Claudette, Senator Claudette, you highlighted my comrade and friend, Comrade Grimes, a number of occasions, and therefore, you know, it's solidarity in the movement, right? Let me say that our information on the ground, not what the ministers are saying, is that very few public officers have felt the impact of what they call regularization. As the cooks, as the orderlies, as some of the teachers, as the nurses, you know what they do? They have not made the nurses permanent. They have increased their salary, even without discussing the union, a violation of the ILO principle. So when you speak about bigging up the ILO, that's great. But let us respect collective bargaining, free collective bargaining, and recognize the role of organized labor. So don't go behind the union back. Don't refuse to speak to the public workers union, and go and meet with the nurses and doctors and increase their pay so that they will feel that the union is irrelevant. They are not made permanent. And we challenge the minister and the government to give us the numbers. They are speaking about close to 300 workers. What is preventing the stroke of a pen to saying that you are no longer considered to be contract or temporary, but you are permanent? A violation of Section 29.5 of the Employment Act. That's all that is required, as the current Prime Minister said when he was then campaigning. We look forward to genuine consultation. The Ministry of Health, we look forward to the increase in that service. Youth, we call for more emphasis to be placed on youth and to use sport as a vehicle. We make this call today for the government to make as a priority, top priority, a national transport service. What is preventing the government from getting some coasters or some other buses or going into an arrangement with some private sector owners and get them to run what we call the odd hours? We have our women folk, especially in the hospitality industries. Many of them exposed to all kinds of challenges and threats at night. When they're uncaring employers, the hoteliers in the south, who are millionaires and billionaires, right, refuse to ensure that these workers, after working up to 10 and 11 in the night, are dropped at their home. They are dropping in Boucherjou and dropping in Redgate and in Venom and having to walk through the Granada forest and having to expose themselves. So, Comrade Minister, demonstrate to us that it's not just these matters that you met that the former administration did not address. Because the majority of matters that have been addressed are those that was on the political campaign train. Come and address the new ones. Give us national transport service so that our workers, after working, can be safely taken home. As a matter of fact, the private sector can do better. the private sector. These hoteliers can pay transport to drop the workers home because they have a duty of care. They will have to answer to the nation if heaven forbids that a hotel worker or any other worker, security guard, on the way from work meets in some unthinkable accident or crime. The Grenada Trade Union Council salutes the people and government of Cuba and expresses deepest heartfelt thanks and appreciation for your continued practical demonstration of solidarity. The Grenada Trade Union Council thanks the people and government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and People's Republic of China for your continued assistance. The GTUC calls for the unconditional lifting of the embargoes against Cuba. The Grenada Trade Union Council calls on end to violence in Haiti. The GTUC calls on immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza and calls on the United States, Britain, and Germany, among others, to stop providing Israel with the means that are used to kill innocent men, women, children, and infants. Comrades, many of our people cannot look at the international news. We feel a sense of helplessness. We must speak out, but we feel a sense of helplessness. As President Joe Biden and them speaks with forked tongues, and as he's facing an election here in the United States, all of a sudden, as though he's trying to help Gaza, while Israel killing on one side, they're building floating jetties on the other hand to bring in aid. So they're bringing in aid and giving Israel means to kill. We must condemn that and call them out. We thank the diaspora for your continued support. As we stand here today, comrades, at Fawn Plain Field, in the historic parish of St. Patrick, looking and gazing at Lippers Hill, GTUC is proud to have contributed positively to Grenada's national landscape. We stand in a parish of kings and queens, King Scholar, Queen Ashida, Queen Sinti, and all the others who have made their mark. Let us, dear comrades, workers all, continue to selfless fight for a better Grenada, uplifting the hard-working people of this our little piece of rock. Let us forge forward in this fighting spirit, a fighting spirit bequeathed to us by our Carib brothers and sisters, who, rather than surrendering, fought to the last on Lippers Hill, where they were massacred. They did not jump to the death. They did not jump to the death, so we are in a historic landscape. A fighting spirit bequeathed to us by Julien Fedon. A fighting spirit bequeathed to us by the 1951 Eric Mathieu-led revolution in a blaze of sky red. And comrades, Cephas Chase, when you spoke, I'll be frank with you, I had to put on my glasses, which under the sun turns dark. I got emotional, comrade. When I listen to you, and I know the history of our struggle, and I know what you are facing, and I know in whose company those are looking to come after cement, blaming cement for the high cost of living, and not blaming the companies that continue to rake in millions of dollars in profit. If they want a decrease in the cost of living, let the private sector reduce their profit. Let them reduce their profit margin. So, comrade, I felt your concern. The Trade Union Council stands with you. A fighting spirit bequeathed to us by the Grenada Revolution of 1979. A revolution that continues to inspire us today in terms of our ideological and philosophical outlook. Many, you know, it's interesting that certainly in this administration, we have to give them credit for that, at least in words. They continue to heap praise on the revolution. But we want to see a manifestation of the philosophy of the revolution. The revolution was not of just another society, but a just society. I remain eternally hopeful in the goodness of the working class, in the goodness of the masses. Let us, dear comrades all, further recommit ourselves to making Grenada and the world a better place. In the spirit of Julien Fedon, in the spirit and ideals of the Grenada Revolution. Not a day without a struggle. Long live the Grenada Trades Union Council. Long live the working class. Workers of this world unite. Forward ever, backward never. Forward ever, backward never. Comrades, I thank you very much. Viva, viva Cuba, viva la revolución de Granada. Long live.
Thank you, Comrade Lewis, on another stirring speech in terms of passion, and we know that those come from the heart. And we look forward to continuing the struggle to better workers' rights. We are almost at the end, ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, all of the guests that we have with us, and we do have some esteemed guests in our presence. We recognize you for taking time off to come and to celebrate with workers today. We have two more items to get over with. One is to ensure that we announce the results of the May Day March, and then we have the vote of thanks. So at this time, I'll take the vote of thanks, and then I'll call on someone to come and to do the results for the March Pass, the results of the March Pass for May Day. Brother Frankston Marshall will do the vote of thanks. Protocol established. You don't go understand it because it is very. Let me show you. You see that here? You didn't know. And there are others who did not come that are not came and are not.
Honorable Claudette Joseph, Minister for Labor, President of the TUC, Brother Andre Lewis, and other invited guests, all members presently listening, good evening to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters of the workforce, it is left up to me to execute the rather thankless task vis-a-vis a vote of thanks. Firstly, I say thank you to God for having us all here, and thus far permitting us to have a safe May Day celebrations for 2024. Secondly, we appreciate the poignant and rather important remarks presented by Honorable Claudette Joseph, Minister of Labor. Thank you, Minister Joseph. Equally important, we are especially grateful to the President of the TUC, Senator and Brother Andre Lewis, for the direct and significant utterances he shared with us. Additionally, we are deeply grateful to representative from the ILO, Dr. Joni Musabiana, for the remarks shared on behalf of his organization. Further, we express gratitude to Brother Christopher Julian, Reverend Nigel Leslie, and Chairperson Mr. Davis Adams for the singing of the anthem, delivering the opening prayer, and chairing the ceremony, respectively. Furthermore, we declare gratitude to all of the union presidents for their inspiring and thought-provoking presentations. Also, we are grateful to the judges for their deliberations with respect to the March Pass aspect of our event today. In addition, we express appreciation to Brother Fimber Linton for his stellar service to the union movement, thereby receiving today's May Day Award. Moreover, thank you to all specially invited guests, members of Parliament, and the media for investing your valuable time with us on this Labor Day. It would be remiss of us to not state our gratitude to the parish and the people of St. Patrick for hosting us in this iteration of May Day. Lastly, and most importantly, thank you to you, the workers of Grenada, the most important people here. Thank you for your efforts and that you continue to expend year after year, allowing us to celebrate 50 prosperous years of independence. Enjoy the rest of Labor Day 2024. Thank you all, and be well.
Thank you, Brother Marshall, for doing that complete job for us and allowing us to be able to say thanks to each and every one. At this time, we want to do the results of the March Past, but I just want to, by name, because somebody will say the judges, but I would like to just let you know who they were. And I think all of them are from the historic parish of St. Patrick. So the judges today they were Brother Robert White, Mr. George Filbert, Brother Justin Noel, Mrs. Keisha Cruz, Sister Greta Franklin, and Sister Ashida Charles. They were judges for the March Past, and you know our union placed emphasis on being on the road. So I have the results at this time, and we're going to ask one of the union members to come, and I'm going to ask Dr. Joni Musabayana to come and to deliver the trophy to the winning trade union movement unit. So I'm just going to call some scores to begin with, and then I'm going to tell you who the winning trade union unit is. We have a number of unions scoring all the way from 336, 277, 435, 356, 387, and 437. So what I will do is I will take from the third place up. In third position, and they look really, really good. I don't know how is it that they didn't win, but only one winner could come, but they look good. The Commercial and Industrial Workers Union with a score of 387 points. They really look good. All the unions look good. All could come first anyhow, so don't worry. The union in second position scored 435, and the union in first position scored 437. So it was extremely close. If I'm not mistaken, the defending champion has been the Grenada Union of Teachers. Yes? Brother Lewis? From last year. Good. So the defending champion has been the Grenada Union of Teachers over the 2023-2024. So as I said, in second position, 435. In first position, 437. In second position is the Grenada Union of Teachers. And coming first, 2024, the Grenada Public Workers Union on 437. Brother Grimes will come and receive the trophy for May Day March. So Brother Grimes and the Public Workers Union have a lot to celebrate, and I'm sure they will be pleased with the effort that they put out and the result this evening. We want to thank the judges, because we know it was difficult, but we want to thank the judges for coming up with a wonderful result. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming out. Brother Grimes wants to say something.
Yeah, I just want to take the opportunity to big up the May Day Warriors. Yeah, Paula Phillip, Daisy Hazard, Janelle Palmer, Latoya, Sister Listra, Brother Dexter. You put in a lot of work. This feels really, really good. Great is the PWU. All right.
All right, and just a couple of the housekeeping matters. We want to say that our invited guests under the tent, there are some refreshments at the back. Please do not leave without collecting your refreshment. And the buses for the Commercial and Industrial Workers Union, they are all at the market. You know where the market is, so please, if you need to get your bus, Commercial and Industrial Workers Union, they are located at the market. Thank you very much, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Chef, move to gonna make. They burn me from gonna move. I'm here. I say I'm moving to gonna make. We'll move at the level. What do you want? Come. Come on, move now.